live here in lovely Xiamen in Fujian province in China. It is day 4 of the group stage, and this wonderful arena that you can see on your screen, the Fenghuang Gymnasium, is where all the action's been taking place. 4 groups of 4 teams, 16 nations have been in action this week, all fighting it out for that trophy. It's been a good turnout of fans here at the Fenghuang Gymnasium. And as we reach the closing of the group stages, we already have also the groups set in stone. Days 1 to 5, as you can see, the group stage action in 2 sessions, 9:30 and 5 p.m. local time. Day 6, quarterfinals, that's Friday. Day 7, Saturday we'll see the semi-finals, and day 8 will be crowning champions on finals Sunday. Well, as I said, most of the groups have been set in stone now. China, Thailand, Japan, Malaysia, Chinese Taipei, South Korea, and Indonesia and Denmark already qualified. So really now, today is about the fight for 3rd and 4th, and we'll be looking at Group B. And here's today's schedule. In the first session, 9:30 in the morning, Canada taking on Czechia. And then later on this evening at 5 p.m. local time, Korea will fight it out with Chinese Taipei, also in Group B. And that'll be, of course, to see who finishes top of the group. Well, Canada have put in some good results this week. Slightly weakened team for today's match. No Victor Lai, no Michelle Lee. They have made an impact. Nil Yakura will be making an appearance in doubles. Brian Yang has been solid in singles. And we're also going to see Eliana Zhang in action today, and Wenyu Zhang will be taking on the singles duties. And they're up against the feisty team from Czechia, who would love to get 3rd spot in the group. It's all or nothing win. Jiří Král, Ondřej Král, and of course Teresa Zvabikova, the big experienced names, but some youngsters in there as well. Katerina Zuzakova will be making an appearance. And this is the order of play on court 2. It's going to be kicking off with the mixed doubles. Kevin Lee and Eliana Zhang against Ondřej Král and Teresa Zvabikova. Wenyu Zhang then sits in for Michelle Lee in the women's singles against Petra Maxinarova. Brian Yang against Jan Loda. That's going to be the key match in the tie in the men's singles. And that'll be followed by Jacqueline Chong and Catherine Choi for Canada, taking on Teresa Zvabikova in her 2nd match, who's paired up with Katerina Zuzakova in the women's doubles. And then the final match of the tie in the men's doubles, Jonathan Lai and Nil Yakura for Canada, taking on Jiří Král and Ondřej Král. So to our first match, the mixed doubles, Kevin Lee and Eliana Zhang taking on Král and Zvabikova.
Sports check. Excuse, clear my throat. This is Bobby. You can hear me, Jeevan, yeah?
I can hear you.
Superb.
You can hear me. Everything's looking good on court 2. I just want to ask you, now that Etihad are the official sponsor of BWF, are we going to be getting Etihad flights if we...
I want them free. I think we should have first class,
yeah,
complimentary flights.
With the beds and everything.
连发球时，请保持安静，并且将手机调整至静音或震动状态。请大家不要乱丢垃圾，做好垃圾分类投放，保持场馆内的整洁。请勿在场馆内吸烟，做文明观众。感谢您的配合。
Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to kindly remind you to take a seat according to the information on the ticket. During the match, please avoid walking around or standing for extended periods. Do not disturb others with experience. No flash videography and photographing allowed. Maintain silence when the players are serving. And please switch all mobile phones and all the devices to silent mode. As people can think, no littering and smoking in the venue. Thank you for your cooperation.
特别感谢冠名赞助商道达尔能源、
TotalEnergies
以及汇丰银行、
HSBC
威克多、
Badminton
阿迪哈德航空、
Etihad Airways
赖毛、
雷马
百岁山、
Ganton
东鹏湖水拉、
东鹏湖水拉
东风日产、
东风 Nissan
长城五星
Great Worldwide
等合作伙伴的鼎力支持。
Thanks for the sponsors of this event for the Grace Award.
保护到位，表现加倍。
到达能源快驰润滑油着效保护引擎，抗脱水性能，提升2.74%，汽车养护活血快驰润滑油。
实力在线，动力拉满。
到达能源快驰润滑油，运航超活性分子，化合物引擎，强劲动力。 汽车养护活血快驰润滑油。
大家好，我是辉方全球品牌大使安萨龙。辉方与薛队员一直以来在中国致力于合作推广羽毛球的运动，以普及这项运动，对它在中国蓬勃发展。目前为止，辉方已经在中国建成了55块户外羽毛球场，覆盖了11座城市。我也希望大家能加入我们。 快一起挥拍享受户外羽毛球的乐趣吧！
总有一些坚持不负所望，
总有一种信念势不可挡。
简单的事情做好就是不简单，
平凡的事情做精就是不平凡。为了新起点，迎接新挑战，
永远不要低估
我们对胜利的渴望。亚森永不落幕，胜利正在进行。
心，镌刻着辉煌篇章。以匠心凝聚每一刻璀璨时光，以荣耀致敬每一个不凡人生。165国贵宾举杯长城无心。安全、责任、清洁、陪伴、便捷，一直是到达能源对所有顾客的承诺。我们在中国以及全球范围内运营超15000家加油服务站，每天服务超800万名顾客。到达能源在中国竭诚为每一位中国顾客带去最优质的服务体验，为您的。
Welcome to our continuing live coverage of the Sudirman Cup Finals 2025 here in Xiamen City in Fujian Province, China. It's been a great week of action. This wonderful arena on your screen right now is the Xiamen Fenghuang Gymnasium. That's where all the action's been happening, and as you can see, it's day 4 of the 5 days of group stage action. We'll be getting into the knockout stages very, very soon, and that trophy is what it's all about. Pretty good turnout of fans throughout the week, and most of the 4 groups have been set in stone already. As you can see, days 1 to 5 group stages in 2 sessions, 9:30 and 5 p.m. local time. Day 6 will see the quarterfinals, that's Friday. Day 7, Saturday, we'll see the semi-finals, also in 2 sessions, and then 1 session on Sunday to crown the champions. As I said, 4 groups are pretty much set in stone. China, Thailand, Chinese Taipei, Korea, Japan, Malaysia, and Denmark and Indonesia are through to the knockout stages. So today, realistically, is about the fight for 3rd and 4th, and we're going to be focusing on this group, Group B. So here is the schedule. In this morning session, Canada will be taking on Czechia to fight for that 3rd spot in the group. And then later on this evening, also in Group B, Korea will take on Chinese Taipei at 5 p.m. local time to fight for top spot in the group. Well, Canada's put up a great fight this week. A slightly weakened team for this tie. Nil Yakura is going to be making an appearance in doubles. No Michelle Lee. Wenju Yang will be taking on the singles duties. Catherine Choi will be in the doubles. And here they are. And they're up against a feisty Czechia team that have put in their best performance this week, but sadly couldn't qualify for the knockout stages. Jiří Král and Ondřej Král will be in the doubles. Teresa Zvabikova will bring some experience also in doubles, and of course Jan Lauder will take on the singles duties. They've done very well for a very small team, and this is the order of play for court 2. Mixed doubles will kick it off. Kevin Lee and Eliana Zhang against Ondřej Král and Teresa Zvabikova. Wenyu Zhang then sits in for Michelle Lee in the women's singles against Petra Majcnerova. Brian Yang will take on Jan Lauder in what would be the key match in the tie in the men's singles. That'll be followed by the women's doubles. Jacqueline Choi against Catherine Choi, I should say, against Teresa Zvabikova and Katrina Zuzikova. Before we close out the time in the men's doubles, Jonathan Lai and Nil Yakura for Canada taking on Jiří Král and Ondřej Král. As you can see, the players are ready. Hong Kong taking on Algeria on court 1. And the players entering the arena now. Well, joining me in the commentary box, as he has this week before, Bobby Griffin. Bobby, playing for third place, Canada and Czechia. What are you expecting from this time?
Yeah, it's going to be actually a quite fierce contest here. I'm quite looking forward to the matchup. Yes, we're not looking at necessarily world-beating nations here. The fight for third is very much on, and very important to these nations, of course, as well. They're playing for pride. I'm slightly surprised that Canada are playing a weakened team today, taking Michelle Lee out.
Victor Lai also.
Making, well, Brian Yang, Victor Lai, similar in sort of standard, really. Yes, Lai's done well in the Pan Am Championships recently, but Brian Yang's actually been the favoured sort of men's singles player for typically for years. I think it's a bit of a toss-up between those two, but Lai is certainly in form.
But so you would have expected a stronger side.
Yeah, slightly stronger side, but I'm actually encouraged by what I've seen so far this week from Czechia. The men's singles is going to be interesting. Jan Lauder is capable of putting in quite an upset, and is a fierce competitor. He's had a good week. This one, the mixed doubles, it's really going to set the tone for the day, and I'm actually expecting a good performance from the Czech team. Král and Zvabikova have put in some really strong performances. On day one, they pushed Korea. The second game was 23-21 against Jung-Na Young. She's Olympic silver medalist. Yeah. Yes, she's playing with an exciting new partner, but he's really talented. Eliana. Yesterday, they took on an 8th ranked pair in the world. Kevin, been as high as 7, and it's 25-23 in the second. So it's very competitive. They're pretty strong. I think the Canadians here are in for a real shot.
Eliana to serve. That looks like Andrea Cherpini as our umpire for this one. He's going to be joined by Van Harenbeek, service judge. Kevin Lee for Canada. Usually plays his badminton with Ryan Lindemann. 26 years old, born in Winnipeg, currently ranked 103rd. This partnership with Eliana Zhang is currently ranked 79th in the world. Zhang. Years old, born in Montreal. There's a confirmation of her 79th ranking. Canada are very, very successful at the Pan Am Championships, and they have been for a long, long time. But this week's Sudirman Cup, just a bridge too far for them. Here's Ondrej Kra. 26 years old, the most ranked 226 in the world. And as you said, Bobby has put in some great performances this week, and that's what it's all about, really, when you get to the big stage, to step up.
Yeah, there's some players, not just in badminton, but in all sports, that seem to be able to produce for their country when it's some sort of team event. And he's been doing that this week. She's probably the sort of force to be reckoned with in this team, though. She's played all three events. She's played singles, mixed doubles, and women's doubles this week. She's played twice on both days.
Wow.
Against Korea and Japan, no easy opponents, and she's been relied upon
linchpin.
Heavily. And
yeah,
she's the highest ranked Czech player as well at the moment.
Yeah, it's great to have these linchpin players. So about ready to get underway. Just waiting for Ondrej Kra to get on. There's confirmation of umpire and service judge. It's actually Eliana Zhang who's getting her foot wide just right. That's the reason for the slight delay to the start. And she's ready now.
Ladies and gentlemen, on my right, Canada, represented by Kevin Lee and Xiamen. On my left, Czechia, represented by Ondrej Kra, Teresa Babikova. Canada to serve, Xiamen to Ondrej Kra, level.
So Canada with the serve to get us underway. Nice quick nip in from Kra.
Yeah, perfect return of serve, catching the net.
Good luck.
Both pairs just finding their range these early points. That's nice from Kevin Lee.
It's a very small team, isn't it, from Czechia as well? There's
Five, yeah.
There's only three females in the team and four males that have actually arrived here, and like you say, there are only five featuring. You know, Sabikova and Kral are both playing twice today, so loads of pressure on them. It's so important to
absolutely
to be able to cope with that pressure for the week. You know, like I mentioned, Sabikova's played mixed and women's doubles and singles so far this week, and she's played twice per day. She's playing twice again today. That's a lot of badminton.
Yeah, maximum amount. Players, of course, 20 allowed in the squad. Some of these bigger nations. Oh, very late take from Kevin Lee. And
Corral takes it off the back line. They get in each other's way, and then the Canadians mess it up.
I think this is what we're about to be treated to, some unpredictable, unorthodox patterns of play. And positioning.
Quick cuddle in the mid-court. Even more pressure as well on Corral, the brothers, Jiri and Andre, because Adam Mendrak really, he sort of retired from badminton fairly recently and was sort of called back to come and play the Sudirman Cup for Czechia, and he's been here this week, but he's not in the team today. So that expectation as well to pick up for Mendrak, who's been a solid part of the Czech team for years. And then to play 2 matches a day, it's just it's a lot. Much bigger squad for Canada, of course, isn't it? 14 players, I think.
Well, exactly. That's the thing. These are, you know, when you do have strength and depth, it can help.
That is brilliant.
Yeah, that is a wonderful cross-court net shot.
Yeah, sets herself up nicely there with that touch for the block at the net. And then, yeah, like you said, it's cross-court was executed really nicely.
So Corral and Sabikova right now exerting enough pressure to force the mistakes from Lee and Zhang as well, and they've taken a 5-point lead.
It's all Czechia right now.
Yeah.
Canadians are not asserting themselves on this match at all. Better from Lee. Second smash was accurate.
Ah, that's great again from Teresa. She's doing a good job at the net.
It's interesting, really. They might not be the most talented players in the world, Corral and Sabikova. Obviously, quite lowly ranked, really. But they play mixed doubles in exactly the right way. They defend with the right shots. They know when to push the net in attack.
Right.
And just getting those sort of basic strategies nailed on in training, which they've clearly done, has been the reason why they've proven to compete with anybody in the world.
Just a bit of a stretch for Corral.
5-9. Take it.
Nice touch from the big man Corral there at mid-court.
A little bit miscommunication. That's the one danger they might have at times. Here she goes again, Sabikova really pushing the net in attack. Because she's such an all-rounder, because she plays women's singles, which is very capable on the women's doubles court as well, there's occasions when the lift or clear will come, and Corral, like just there, Corral left that for her. Most mixed pairs, there's no way she'd be pushing the net, she'd be going left on the cross court and letting him take it. But because she's so capable, he sort of leaves it, there's a bit of hesitation, and then it's when and how does she get back to the net.
Well,
that's where the sort of
almost complete court coverage by her there. She was a one-woman show from that point.
Yeah.
And they are on the brink of the mid-game interval. 10-5 in the longest rally, 48 shots at last point.
Perfect. That's brilliant.
That's a great start. 11-5.
Yeah, just as I sort of expected. They're showing us exactly why they're taking it to some of the best pairs in the world this week. They should be really proud of themselves. If they can keep this up and get on the World Tour, there's no reason why they wouldn't be a big threat in Europe especially.
Yeah. I think Kevin in the back, drop shots, but be careful. Mix up with some soft. You know. Yeah. Soft, you have to watch the girls all coming very fast. You want to block the body to the guys. Sometimes they can possibly help the girls. Yeah.
Court 2, 20 seconds. Court 2, 20 seconds. 5.
Yeah.
So back on courts and looking to exert even more of an influence, Kral and Svabikova. And well anticipated by Kevin Lee, who leapt in to claim that. That's a good rotation from the Czechia pair. Eliana Zhang finds a route through. Well, they're beginning to find their feet now, the Canadians. Oh, that's a great drop shot from the back from Kral.
12, 7.
Stroked that perfectly. Wonderful shot to back court from Kevin Lee. He's missing a few at the start, but now seems to have got his targeting lens in focus. 8-12. Variation from Kral. He's got a bit wide.
9, 12.
Oh, she's trying to go very quick there, Svabikova.
Just didn't get a racket back up quick enough after that initial shot. That's where, if she was a purely mixed doubles player, that would be the instincts. But because she plays a lot of other doubles and singles, you don't practice and hone those specific mixed doubles skills.
Oh, she's dominating the net right now.
Yeah.
So 13-10, and while Kevin Lee and Eliana Zhang have managed to at least close it up, those points still keep falling for Czechia.
14-10.
Nice pick up from the big man, Kral.
That's in. Yeah.
Wow, great shot.
That was.
15.
Full stretch as well, wasn't it? No signs of fatigue after all these matches they're playing. Lucky there. Lee was in her way, I think.
11, 15.
Well, they maintain this 4-point lead. That's all they need to do.
I want to see a bit more from Kevin Lee. He's not really taking this match by the sort of scruff of the neck.
Yeah, he's
been a couple of smashes, but
he's not 50 or 60% right now in terms of completion. Of course, being a fight for third spot with the group already decided in terms of knockout stages, it's not going to be about stats. It doesn't matter how big you win. It's just
a bit more aggressive from Eliana Zhang. I see a bit more intensity and sort of taking those half chances from Kevin Lee. He's got to set up his partner here, and he's not doing enough for me.
Quick return from Kral.
That's better.
Oh, it's in. That's beautiful from Teresa.
Yeah, it's a poor lead as well from Lee.
And there's confirmation of exactly how small the Czechia bench is. (17-12). And a good shout for Kral Svabikova to claim this first game.
Good return.
Sabitova, 13-17.
Hey.
Again closing up, but they've never been able to breach this 3-point level.
She did it again.
Hey.
I know it's hard to sort of learn as quickly as we'd like it to, but if you get caught out with one, you've gone hard on the return of serve, and then you've got beaten because your racket wasn't up. Don't do it again 2 minutes later.
Yeah. 15-17.
Nice time for a wipe down for the Canadians. 2 points back.
Much better from Kevin Lee.
Thank you, London.
Hey.
Well, they've been in the lead since the beginning, the Czechia pair, but this is the closest that the Canadians have come. Important point here. Kral dictating things from the back. And that is in. Serve 1 point back now.
17.
Kevin Lee beginning to find a little bit of reward on this, well, as we see it, bottom right corner. Such an important serve.
Good work from Kevin Lee, but great defense.
It's a great rally.
It's the best rally we've seen so far, I think.
It's gone wide, and they have tied it up at 17. Now that is heartbreak for Kral and Svabikova after all the good work that they put in. Anybody's game now.
Hey. Hey.
Just long, she went for the corner. So Lee and Zhang get their first lead just when it counts. That's a wonderful return.
Good response from the Canadians. The Czech pair were really running away with this. In the mid-game interval, it didn't look like there was any way back in this opener.
Yeah. Kevin Lee stepped up his pace. The intensity of it all from the Canadian side has been upped.
Thank you, London.
And now the prospect of extra points is a possible future here. Kral certainly isn't getting away with those beautiful drop shots from backcourt anymore. So the edge ahead. Those first 4 shots marshaled very well. Bit of a hold from Kral.
Kevin Lee did well. He took the pace off and got the lift.
Oh, a little bit of confusion on the Canadian side positionally, but they've rescued themselves. That's gone long. So 19-all.
19-all.
Quite a good defence, Fabikova, but that sort of crouched mid-court shot around the net, around the service line has been an issue. In fact, it's the reason why the Canadians are back in the game. She's made 2 or 3 errors out wide from that. And she's handed it to her opponent, Eliana Zhang, 2 or 3 times as well in the sort of first 3 or 4 shots of the rally. And that's 6 points that the Canadians have been handed almost.
I had a good look at this one. I have a funny feeling they're going to have to be lucky with this challenge.
Yeah, I think it was wide, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. So, first game points.
1 challenge remaining. Service server 20. Game point 19.
Now, they did deserve a game point. Possibly not this close from the way they started. They just started a lot quicker than Li and Zhang. Well, let's see whether they can convert it. Deep serve. Nice and flat from Kral. Ooh, bit of confusion.
Really good from Kevin Lee. He really stood up to Kral in the court.
So it is extra points. First to 2, first to 30 to decide this first game.
Well, I was asking for a bit more from Kevin Lee 10 minutes ago, and he's really stepped up. Drive serve.
Too flat. And frustration from Kral. So
he read that shot, and it was there into the open space. If it crossed the net, the Canadians weren't really going to recover easily.
So now a game point for the Canadians. And as you said, 10-15 minutes ago, this would have been unthinkable. It's all very fast, but we go on. 21-all.
That's a big point.
21-all.
Czech team effort here.
Using his height well. And that steep angle down.
Okay.
Kevin Lee. Wow. Lightning reflexes.
21.
Second game point for the Canadians.
I know it's the first match in the tie, but the Czech pair really need this one to have any hope of finishing third in this group.
Now it's gone long, and Canada take the first game 23-21.
It's been the story of Kral and Sabikova's week, actually.
Extra points.
Yeah, I mean, against much stronger pairs than these 2 Canadians as well. Same kind of results. Extra points required again.
floor. If you cannot take care, rather stop. Hi, like this last one is correct. That's one is correct. It's okay. You let him. You don't. Here he play half is good, but here forehand not so good. As long as don't play this corner, play this 3 corners, it's okay. And then sometimes when you jab, you go in. When you pop, you go in, then you go in. Then the rest belongs to him. Because your jab is not up, it's not hard enough, and then they jab back. They jab back the other direction, then you got problem. Okay? Not. I believe their suspension is not okay. Now you all have to against it. Yeah. Where you lost the point. All from the backhand. All from the backhand. They
not going to do anything.
Exactly. And if I whip over her head, we just put that around the other.
So back on court for game 2, and the general message in the Czech attempt was regarding distinct responsibilities, and I think it's what you were saying before, Bobby, about how Teresa is such a versatile player that she's taking a lot of the ground. And I think a coach was just telling her, said, move forward, leave the back to the big man.
Yep.
Second game.
Yeah, I would for sure. I mean, they need to have a game plan at the moment. They're mixing between plans, and it looked very different the second half of the game compared to the first. There's without wanting to sound too cruel about it, Sabakova is a very talented badminton player, probably the best we've seen for a while from Czechia, really. But there's that sort of jack of all trades, master of none kind of thing going on.
Yeah.
She's not going to be a world beater in singles. I mean, she's still only 24, I think. So, you know, I don't mean to do her injustice. Maybe she will massively improve. We don't know. But if she's playing mixed and women's doubles as well, you just don't get the time to hone the skills required to be a master
One
at
specific, discipline. You're right. Well, Eliana Zhang and Kevin Lee have picked up where they left off in the end of that game. They certainly look warmed up now. They've been pushing it, and this nearer side of the court seems to be working well for them. Oh, that's beautiful from Fraser.
There's Adam Mendrick. Not playing today. That's it from Sabakova.
Just get the feeling that Kevin Lee's preferred position is going to be mid-court to back. And he found himself very close to the net there. But we can expect another tight fight here in the second.
Every time Chiappini says service over, I keep thinking he's saying Sabakova. And I'm thinking, why does he keep asking to speak to the Czech female?
That is an incredible coincidence to have that name.
The wrong shot from Teresa.
Right now, I mean, there are patches of this match which is just almost completely reactive.
So unlucky they recovered so well, Andre Kraut. Got the Czech pair back out of trouble that Sabakova had put them in.
Yeah, he has gifted a couple of points so far clearly at the net. Sabakova trying to switch flanks. They're into a flat defense on the Czechia side.
He needs to get into the net somehow. Here we go.
Yeah, she just never had the chance. She was caged back there.
Too passive again. Last two rallies from the Czechia team. feel like I'm being a bit critical of them today, but
I don't think so. I think
I've got high expectations. The way they, I've really got a lot of respect for that Korean pair.
It's based on their results this week, and as you said, they've taken it to some of the best pairs, and maybe it might just be, as I said, now that they know that they haven't qualified, there's a motivational factor that comes into it as well. You've really got to push yourself.
So they're less motivated today, yeah, perhaps. And also fatigue. I mean, like I said, they've
played so many games, yeah. And you look at Canada, as I said, now, they know that they have been eliminated, and the likes of Michelle Lee has the option of setting back and watching this one, whereas with such a small team, that's a nice cross-court from Fraser. They haven't really much, there's the rest of the team. I think they haven't really got much of a choice. Come out, put your best foot forward, show what you've got. But a game down now, 2 points down now. Kevin Lee and Eliana Zhang going to be growing in confidence with every point. You just don't serve up a man as tall as Kral with something as easy as that.
That's the penultimate shots in both of those rallies, the impressive ones. That shot from Teresa was so well placed. So then the lift came up half court. And in the previous one, it was a nice cross court, yes, from Teresa, but it was the sort of reverse turn at the last second from Kral that set that up.
This flat exchange finds that corridor down the middle.
Lovely shot, isn't it?
Kevin Lee under orders from Red Chiappini to show the line judge exactly where to mop that court.
6-all.
And it's level pegged at 6. Oh, that's a very interesting serve.
7,
untouched.
6.
Teresa does find her place up the net. Just a little bit too nervy on that third shot.
Clever shot from Kral. Slightly unorthodox from that position. I like it.
7.
So far, so good. They would have liked a bit of a bigger buffer as they approach the second mid-game interval. That's deep serve, and that's nicely killed off by Kral.
9-7.
Nice reset by Kral. Just overcooked that one. Zabikova. Good idea. Well, they wanted a mop down. They still want a mop down.
She's not happy with the umpire's decisions here. Saw that quite famous incident a while back with Victor Anselson when he wanted the court mop. Big long busting rally at the end of the match. He ended up sort of diving for a shot, put his hand on the floor to balance, and covered in sweat, and you could see the sweaty handprint that he'd left. at the end of the rally, wanted it wiped, and the umpire said no. And you know, he argued and whatever.
Big Vic wasn't happy.
He walked off and got his towel and came back on and mopped it himself, and got a yellow card, I think, for it. It was a bizarre decision. I mean, badminton courts are essentially rubber. Your shoes are essentially rubber, and anyone knows you get liquid between those two surfaces. They just glide. It's like ice. You can really injure yourself badly by slipping on a badminton court.
Well, it's just 360-degree movement, isn't it? So
yeah, and if you, you're at full stretch, if you then slip, you'll pull your groin, pull your hamstring, roll an ankle, whatever. Has to be dead dry and sort of dust-free at this top level, especially.
So, still haven't reached the mid-game interval yet. Interesting play around the net.
Get up, Slavicova.
Again.
Frustrating me that she hasn't got the instinct for mixed doubles. She played a brilliant shot here. Nice drop shot. She plays that. Get your racket up and cut that one out.
Yeah.
And look at now Andre's on the full stretch covering for her. It's just fairly basic.
It's mixed
doubles.
Strategies is what's happening. It's not mixed doubles. It's mixed.
Well, it's technique. If you play a shot from the forecourt, instantly, you can't afford from the forecourt to follow through with your racket. You haven't got time at the top level. There's got to be a little snap of the wrist and your racket stays up here. So then you're looking for the next shot, and she doesn't have that instinct.
It's the kind of thing you see Wang Yao Shong's and the...
After they
level, yeah, of course. You're right, absolutely right.
If you can, you put
Any top mixed player
you have to get
ready
for the next one.
Without
you want
basic.
Siobhan Lai's been doing it this week as well.
And then you are not ready, then I'm not going to follow up.
So 11-10.
Yeah. So they haven't attacked you from the back got points. They all got points from the half court. So you all sometimes have to be brave, open up defense. Defense and counter. Yeah?
Well, it's got to be frustrating for them to be this close, especially in the first game as well. And just be losing and be behind from these textbook errors. Kevin Lee not happy with that serve, very shaky. That's gone wide by Eliana Zhang. So, service back with Czech pair.
From Brown and Slavicova did everything right, but great defence from these two.
Yeah, they picked it up nicely.
One quality shot at the end, and then Slavicova, as we've seen so many times in this match, just doesn't have that prowess around the service line. It's a real shame because everything else about the game, the Czech pair, is where it should be, pretty much.
Yeah.
If she could make that change to her game, there would have been a 5-point swing in the first game, and I reckon there's already been about that in the second as well.
Almost caught Kroll out, but the return very wide. So they're being gifted opportunities here, Kral and Sabikova.
Gift, that was just a really good smash return of serve. Not really much more you could hope for from Lee's defence. A big man, isn't he, Kral?
Yeah.
Powerful, tall. Flicking to him is quite dangerous anyway, and if you're going to, it needs to be really accurate.
Too delicate for Kevin Lee on that side.
Yeah. Sabikova is really hunting the net as well, which puts all that pressure on the push to the net from Lee. See, rackets up this time. Yeah. She needs to be expecting it and hunting it and almost baiting your opponents. Go on, hit it there for me. And if she does that, rack it up and looks one way, it also means Kral automatically looks to cover the other one. And so, as a pair, you're much more ready. If she hasn't got a racket up and she stands in the middle, Kral has to stand behind her and doesn't know where to go.
Yeah.
And then they're on the back foot. You're picking up the shuttle from down here near your knees instead of up here maintaining the attack. It's something you learn as a junior, you know.
Well, things are beginning to unravel. Lee and Zhang take the lead, and we're getting into the business end of the second game. There haven't been any specifically long rallies.
All four of them using the same racket, by the way, which is quite unusual. We don't often see that.
Playing off the floor.
Off the floor, brilliant.
Now a little bit confused as to where he should be. There's a lot of space on the
great save again.
Left.
Oh.
Oh, straight down the middle in the end.
Great rally to watch.
That was a great rally to watch.
Fine, Kevin.
Even the coaches love that. And I think this is going to be him playing off the floor. That's a big man. Shot by shot, getting up very slowly. Played some very interesting shots there, Kral.
That one. You could have taken it early. Left it.
Well, this is the crucial serve for the Canadians and for the Czech pair as well. 17-15. Oh, well, that was a great idea. So Lee and Zhang honing in on a first point for Canada. Very, very quickly. Oh, completely out of position, Sabikova. Lucky that that was out. She was in the right position. So this might be last chance saloon for the Czech pair. And obviously with Kevin and Eliana being at 19 points, no mistakes allowed.
Not just the Czech pair for me. I think last chance saloon for the Czech team today. They need this match. If they don't have this one, there's a lot of pressure on them. I'm not sure in the women's singles she can get past Wenyi Zhang. Brian Yang stronger than Jan Lauder.
Yep.
Women's doubles is a little bit tricky. That Canada should win the men's doubles.
4 match points.
That's it.
That's one saved.
17-20.
biding their time, waiting for the opportunity.
Needs to get to the net. Well done.
That's a good fight back.
Although, I still doubt her movements as well as some of those forecourt skills. Her resilience is absolutely there, isn't it? She's a fighter, Sabikova.
We'll be seeing both of them in action again. In the women's and men's doubles.
Brilliant return of serve.
And they've done it, 21-18 in the second. 42 minutes on court. And it's 1-0 Canada.
Solid performance from them. Kevin Lee, I doubted at the very start. I don't think he looked there, you know.
It was slow to start, yeah.
A slow start. Took a little while to wake up, I think. Maybe slept in a bit today. But he picked himself up and they were just a bit more organised. There was too many holes in the Czechia mixed doubles pair.
Nothing spectacular from them. They just did fundamentals right. And they got through.
Doesn't look very happy.
She's going to have a bit of a rest now. But what a return there from Kevin Lee. Final point. And there's confirmation of it. 23-21, 21-18, 42 minutes, and Canada 1-0 up in the tie. Up next, it's the women's singles. Wenyu Zhang taking on Petra Maxnerova. Miss it. Welcome back to Xiamen and the Sudirman Cup Finals 2025. As you can see, our fans have been in great spirits this week, watching some of the best badminton nations in the world competing for the World Mixed Team Championships. That's the order of play and state of play right now in this battle for third and fourth place in Group B. Wenyu Zhang up next in the women's singles, taking on Petra Maxnerova. And there they are. here they come out onto court. So a chance for Canada to go 2-0 up.
Black or red? Red. Black for you. Red, your choice. Side? Receive? You will serve.
Well, that's Trish Gubb, who's going to be our umpire for this one. She's going to be joined by Henrik Boas in the service judge position. Well, Michelle Lee played the first 2 ties for Canada. And what do we know about Wenyu Zhang, Bobby?
Very little, to be honest. You know, top 50 player in the world, but it's not somebody we see on the World Tour all that often. He's naturally going to struggle in terms of Pan Am status, because you've had Fenghuang Zhang, Michelle Lee dominating success in the Americas for so long, and Michelle Lee's always been #1 for Canada. Rested today, so
she did make the final of the Pan Am Individual Championships this year. Lost to Juliana Viana Vieira from Brazil.
Well, that's what I mean. It's Pan Am status, and how much Pan Am badminton do we watch on TV?
Exactly.
Very little. So in terms of the World Tour, typically losing round 1 in most of the sort of World Tour events, German Open, India Open, China Open, Korea Open, Japan Open, she's playing them. And they're fairly top events. They're ranging from 300s to 750s and whatever. And of course,
and up against a 19-year-old.
Well, exactly. And the trouble is for Czech, Svabikova, we just saw on court in the mixed doubles, who's also playing women's doubles later, is their best singles player. So
do you think that it would have been a better strategy to maybe have kept, I mean, not for this match, but for the rest of the week, to have Svabikova in singles?
It depends on who you're playing against. The expectation would have been, the teams don't know who each other are going to put out there, so neither of them is going to beat Michelle Lee, right? So why waste Svabikova against, hypothetically, Michelle Lee when you could use her to win a mixed doubles? So they gambled on that, lost the mixed doubles anyway. Canada didn't even play Michelle Lee, and now it's Minorova playing against Wen, who will struggle. I mean, Minorova's performances again are at a lower level. They're international challenge and international series level tournaments.
But these are
not with huge success either. I mean, averaging kind of 900 to 1,000, 1,300 ranking points per tournament, which suggests first, second round, and they're not top tournaments. So it's a difficult one for us to call. We really don't know, and she's so young.
And it's these kind of problems that that only affect very small teams when you have to double up duties for your big players.
Yes. But, you know, we're hopeful for a good showing, of course, and it might be a very competitive match, but the experience and the standard that Wenyu Zhang tends to play at, should Anna age and her experience,
should push her through,
well, suggests that she should be the dominant force in this match, and it's going to be a struggle for Czech to
On my right,
compete.
Canada, represented by Wenyu Zhang. And on my left, Czechia, represented by Petra Maximorova. Czechia to serve, love all, play.
Well, that's a nice shot in. Forecourt from Petra.
Love.
And again, using the mid-court well.
Love. Service over. 1, 2.
So Xiang beginning to move around a bit more. She's a little bit static in those first couple of points and was definitely caught out in mid-court. I think that's gone long.
Service over. 3, 2.
Maxinarova looks quite dangerous from that forehand rear corner. She's got a nice slice. It's gained her the advantage a couple of times in these early stages.
And again.
4.
It's the carbon copy of the previous point.
Body language looks like Maxinarova's the dominant player, doesn't it?
Yeah, she's definitely up for it.
Wen Zhang looks a little bit sort of unsettled.
Shaky, nervous.
Yeah.
And that's being reflected in the scoreline.
Oh, that is lovely.
Service
And it could be shots like that that make the difference.
3, 5.
Great little deception there. Backhand net shot. Serve nearly hit the ceiling.
And now
I like it.
Xiang is beginning to find her form and her feet.
Maxinarova, I think, will pay the price for trying to be deceptive there with the hold. I think the tactic ought to be just to take it early.
No mistakes on both sides of the court.
6, 4.
And Maxinarova still maintaining the lead. Well, again, trying to be a bit too deceptive, Zhang. I think she's just trying to be a little bit too elaborate, and that is playing into Petra's hands. 7-4. Too many mistakes coming from Zhang's racket.
4.
We saw in the mixed with Kevin Lee.
Yeah, slow, very slow start.
Yeah, I imagine the second half of this game is going to be a bit different.
Wow, it's a good shot.
Look at that, one shot, full explosion, and then
5,
the reaction is almost like she's laboured, she's already exhausted. It's like she's played 18 all in the third already.
Yep, certainly doesn't look settled in terms of body language. Footwork's all over the place.
Tired. Look, she looks tired.
Service over. 10, 5.
She looks like she doesn't want to be there.
Yeah, exactly. 10-5. Maxinarova on the brink of the mid-game interval lead. Well, she can't just rely on mistakes.
6, 10.
Xiang really quite just a spectator at the moment.
Service over.
That left calf has obviously got the compression sort of sock, if you like. I don't know how much of a problem that is, because she's been beaten down to her left a few times and looks a little bit, I don't know. But then it's a team event and you've got other players that you could have played. She's got 14 players in the team. There's a lot of females there that could have stepped on court to play Maxnerova today.
So 11-6.
Maybe it's just her style. Maybe she's just the way she is. She looks a little bit sort of, she looks like she can't wait to get home to her pancakes and maple syrup.
20 seconds. Court 2, 20 seconds.
Yeah, look at the difference. She's up for it, Petra. She's trying to gain as much as she can from the coaching advice. Intensity's there, high fives.
It's a big stage for a 19-year-old, that's for sure.
11, 6, play.
And it will only benefit the tie for the neutral if Czechia can pick up a point. Early days yet, of course, but looks a bit better from Zhang.
Service over. 7, 11.
Court coverage from Petra. That's just, no, I don't think she's going to have to be lucky.
Challenges called out.
Looked out from up here. And it is out, but not by much.
Challenge unsuccessful. 1 challenge remaining. Service over. 12-7.
Well, I just noticed that the Canadian coaches had grim expressions on their faces. I wonder if it is from this lack of intensity that we're seeing.
In the rally at times, everything looks good. Mixing up her shots, she's getting back out of the rear corners quickly, which is often a sign of... It's between the rallies. It's the moment the rally ends. She just looks like she's so tired, she can't even walk back to base, you know?
Yeah, maybe it is that injury, that
or,
leg.
Or it might just be her way, her style. That's her natural.
13-7.
Either way, she's struggling against a much lower ranked opponent here.
That's right, Wen Yuzhang 55th in the world, Petra's 121st.
14-7.
And she's running away with it. Well, there's a smile.
Yeah, the air shot. It's not a great sign.
It's not encouraging, is it? It's
no. Completely missed the shuttle and then, you know, be happy about it.
8-14.
I think it was more of an embarrassed smile.
Like when players look up at the lights.
Yeah, on occasion it is, you know, you get put off by the lights, but you're not going to get that. You're not going to get that at the Sudirman Cup. You know, the lighting here is not going to be an issue overhead.
15-8.
So Maxnerova in a very good position at 15-8. And for a 19-year-old, it's going to calm her nerves a lot if she can secure this first game. And she's doing it without having to actually put in any winners, as Zhang's unforced error rate has been very high.
intercepted at the net. That's a couple of times she's been outclassed
9,
by
16.
Wen Zhang.
Another very high lift serve. And Petra moving forward, putting that pressure on.
Service over. 17-9.
No doubt about it.
Intensity today from Petra.
Yeah, she can smell blood in the water. She knows this is a glorious opportunity for her to grab this first game. And if she did have any nerves herself, then this is certainly going to settle them down. That's out as well, under
all over
no
the place.
pressure.
18,
Yeah, she's
9.
all over the place, Zhang.
Oh, an easy kill for Zhang. Petra was in the wrong position and left
10,
that
18.
a little bit too high over the net. Now, I did notice Zhang, just when she'd made that kill, the way she landed on that highly compressed leg was a little bit gingerly.
Another
Calling
challenge.
for another challenge? That's clearly out.
Yeah, maybe that injury is more serious.
Well, we're not going to see a replay of it, but yeah, she did hobble a little when she landed.
Usually those compression bandages, though, it's not KT tape or any actual bandaging. It's just what athletes wear usually in recovery, and some of them play in those compression tights, of course.
Challenge
Normally, it's just a
unsuccessful.
little niggly
No
tight calf that
challenges
you don't really notice when you're even playing. You
Service
just
over.
get on with it.
19, 10.
If it was an injury, she'd
Play.
be taped up, and
Yeah, right.
you'd have that KT tape in stripes going up your leg to put the muscle in place. Good shot.
A great shot from Petra and a beautiful combination.
20,
So, 10 game points.
10.
Very surprising result so far.
Well, as you said, if you're up for it or you're not up for it, that's going to make a huge difference, regardless of your shot quality and consistency.
Oi.
Oh, it's a big slip.
Had to do the splits almost. She looks fine though.
Yeah, recovered well. And nice little net shot in the end.
Service over.
So I'm sure that court's going to get wiped down. Yes, it is.
20.
There we go. That just keeps going. Good touch.
And that just about says it all, really. Certainly, a part of her mind is somewhere else. Well, it would be quite the comeback. And I'm only saying that because of the unforced errors that have been coming from Zhang. I just can't see her putting an 8-point run together now without making a mistake.
Not a chance. Not the way she's been playing and moving and how she looks between points and the body language. She's totally unsettled today.
Game.
Well, that's it. That's gone long. So 21-12.
Won by Czechia. 21.
Well done to Petra Maxinarova.
Nothing particularly special so far from Maxinarova. She's just been fairly solid and a few nice attacking shots.
That smash down her backhand line is good, but you got to make sure we bring her over first, right?
耐心一点，先把4个点控制，就给他打开掉，对吧？一定要记得去跟上。
好吧，我感觉我打不出去，打到后场。
应该是你打高一点，你现在压太平了，对吧？你压太平，第一个很容易接外，第二个他手那么长，他给你拦下来，你自己你是很着急的去打，对吧？你把4个点拉开，因为刚刚最后那个高球，对吧？你高球给他点好了，他更中不了。你不要急着去杀他，去攻他。 对吧？你耐心，你把每个球打进去，你每个球给他做好，好不好？啊，给 给他后掌给控制好了，继续发力，动作稍微小。
Move her to the back court. It's not to flat like this. Don't move her around to back court, and then when he attack, you block the net, let you run. There's the point. And then second thing, your service. Don't serve too slow. Then she got time to do. Serve faster. Serve faster. She got no time to do. Then she will become more straightforward. Put net or push on it. Then you will be easier. Yeah. And then don't. She here is good to do. Serve area here.
20 seconds.
Put. Ada on nulio. Sekali perbeset kalau
so
nuli.
you can win this game. Yeah.
Well, as they get back on court, Bobby, I saw you nodding your head there. That was good advice to Maxinarova.
Yeah, absolutely. The one place she is getting beaten is when Yu Zhang's skills are on the net, particularly on the backhand side. So essentially, play a faster shot there, so that she hasn't got time to do that double action, that little skill she has. And even on serve, Maxinarova was encouraged to serve a bit faster and a bit further into court to again reduce the amount of time she's got to hold you. And also, don't serve to a backhand. You can serve it anywhere along the service line if you're serving short, or even a foot into court. It doesn't make any difference.
Keep it closer to the body.
Well, keep it to the right hand side, so you're not on your backhand. You've got to take it with a forehand.
Right.
And yes, at the body as well. It's a good tactic. In doubles, for example, if I'm serving, there's 4 places that you can aim for. There's the tee, there's inside the body, there's outside the body, and there's out wide. And so each of those is going to get a very different reaction from the returner.
Right.
And often it might be that, especially in doubles, if you look closely next time we watch a doubles match, the receiver is holding the racket with either a backhand grip, a reasonably neutral grip, or a forehand grip. So if you see them holding a forehand grip, don't serve to the forehand because they're going to kill it quickly.
Yeah.
You know, there's that kind of stuff going on.
Wonderful micro-analysis, that's brilliant. Well, we've kicked off this second game 2-all. Zhang looks a little bit more sprightly, only a tiny bit more sprightly. She's still making a few mistakes. But the fire in the eye still belongs to the Czech player.
3-2.
Nice little touch there. That's a good shot by Zhang.
4-3. Service over. 4-all.
I've seen people on a Friday night walking down my high street looking about as sort of unbalanced as that, and not that I'm suggesting anything, but
I know what you mean, though. I can see the image for sure.
5.
No, yeah, she's it's looking like a training session for her, which would be great if you were winning. You know, if you can walk around and play really well and and there you go again. When she walked over to the basket, just looked a little bit labored. You take someone like Fenghuang Zhang. Now she has sometimes looks like she might not be in it, but she can still be winning and still be playing incredible shots. This is like a Fenghuang Zhang that doesn't have those killer shots.
Oh, don't see many aces in singles.
Perfectly on the line.
Oh, wow. Reverse slice came out of nowhere.
Oh, too many steps. Pull it out, footwork.
Yeah, well, intercepted from Xiamen twice in that rally. It's almost like an all or nothing shot. If Max Nerova had got there, Zhang's in big trouble. That's in.
Well, she's tightened it up a bit. Not so many errors. And that's been reflected in the scoreline. Long.
5.
Good shot.
Best rally of the match.
Oi! That just skidded along the top of the net for about a foot, about 12 inches, and then fell over. Wow.
It's almost a totally different second game. So 11-6 at the break. And Max Nerova having difficulties from that other side of the court.
It's a very unusual performance from Wenyu Zhang.
Yeah.
She's very up and down.
You play, then only you run. You don't run first. You don't run first. You run first, then you delay, then play. You got it. After you play, but your shot have to be far from her.
Okay.
Let her do like this, like this, like this. Then she got no shot. If you let her do like this, she got many shots. She can do a lot of things. And only for the back, she can do a lot of things.
Seconds.
You have to fast push her, pressure her,
seconds.
far from her. Yeah.
Again, great advice. Keep Zhang on the stretch, and it limits her shots.
She's been, yeah, exactly right. She's been giving Zhang far too much time to use that deception and create something.
Nice net shot from Petra.
This is more like it. You see, just a little bit more
stretching, yeah.
Just a bit more pace on the shuttle, even with the pushes, the net shots, the drop shots. It means she's taking it early and making Zhang have to move a bit more to get there. She's not there with enough time to then use the deception. And
making the mistakes.
It's hard work, you know. It's sort of. It's something
you have to think about every shot.
We used to have some slogans on the wall in the strength and conditioning gym where I trained, and one of them said, "Hard work beats talent when talent doesn't work hard." And I always remembered that, and it's true. And today, that opening game was exactly that. Zhang's got the racket skills, you can see that, but she didn't really work hard, and so, you know, she gets beat to 12.
Becomes vulnerable, yeah. There's another mistake. So, Max Nerova closing up.
9-11.
Dutifully obliging her coaches and following instructions.
Shot again. The layoff from Max Nerova was too slow. She's going to get battered by her own coach because she's not using the advice. The advice came in halfway through the opening game. At the end of the game, it would have been the same advice. We've just seen that same advice again midway through the second, and still she's giving Zhang time on the shuttle when she has the option to
putting
more pace
into her hitting zone as well.
That's what I mean. If you play a slow shot in singles from the back of the court, it's always in your hitting zone because the player doesn't have to take that long to get there. So then you can just wait and use some skill, or wait until they overcommit and go back over their head, or you know.
And that's where the control of the point comes from.
Yeah. See, that's the sort of pace.
That's better.
That was the same sort of neutralising shot, this time cross court, okay, but with a bit more pace. And Zhang didn't have the option. She was just on the stretch the entire rally.
Well, she's within striking distance now. Good play here to tie it up.
Too slow again.
There's the mistake. Oh, it's 12 all. So, after some great work, Maximova back in the fight.
She's only 19. I want to see her be able to sort of, she'll want to, and the coaches will want to see her react to the changing conditions.
Yeah.
As in her opponent is changing a lot during the matches, during the game. And also react to the coaching advice, put that into play. That's what they're looking for here. It's, you know, they're out of the tournament. The fight is on for third.
It's about building this plan.
Doesn't really matter. Who cares? Czechia don't really care. Neither do Canada as to whether they gain an extra few hundred ranking points for finishing third over fourth. It's not going to change the sport in the country.
They're looking to build a future.
Exactly, yeah. And Maximova, still a teenager, is being looked at by the coaches as a potential, are we going to invest all of our time and effort and money and resources into this player for the future to hopefully get her to be one of the top European badminton players in singles? Yes or no? And that's being assessed at every stage. It's not just her badminton skills, but it's her ability to listen and put that into play. It's preparation off the court. It's
training,
commitment to training, it's visualization, it's how much research did she do on the player she's going to play against this morning. It's all these things.
And it's fire. It's fire in the heart. Yeah. She's come out with a lot more drive. Now she's taken the lead. That was very unlucky actually, that last point. Just creeped in. But Zhang is certainly not out of the woods yet. There's that pace.
Better rally from
forcing them
Czechia player.
Service over. 15-13.
She just keep that pace up. Lady Maximova got down well there.
16-13.
Well, this is it, business end of the second game. She's already claimed the first one, and this would be a big scalp for her, the world number 55. Can she keep her resolve? She has, as you said, Bobby, responded well to the coach's training, coach's advice. But still a little bit more to do in terms of marshalling the back line. I mean, that is very much a learnt skill. You see some of these professionals, they know even when it's mid-flight, they just walk away.
Yeah. One of the things I was always quite good at as a player was judging the size of the court. You know instantly off a player's racket whether the shot's going in or out. And some people are really good at it, and some people are not so good at it. And
well, Oh, good pick up from Maxinarova. And look at that.
Service over.
Took her eye off the shuttle, Zhang. At a key point in this match, and you can smile, but
She's got all the time in the world here to just play the straight net, play a lift, take it early, do whatever she wanted.
Not.
She's making a mess today at times, and she looks brilliant at other times.
Yeah, some of the shots have been spectacular, but some of the shots.
Again, the coaches would be saying, look, you can't give her the chance, especially on serve, to do that to you. Straight from the return of serve, Maxinarova is under massive pressure for the rest of the rally. Just stretching around, trying to get to everything. And it all came from the serve, which was not very well placed or paced.
Oh, 15-17. There still might be a twist in the tail here.
Lovely from Xiamen. A lot more intensity and some good quality shot making.
Oh, can she force a third game? One point back now. Mistake from Maxinarova. It's tied up at 17.
Too many times. Create now. She's going again though, and
that's in.
18-17.
Oh, she left it late.
It's too one-dimensional for Maxinarova there.
Yeah, caught flat-footed, as you can see.
Need a bit of variation. One of those clears should have been a cross slice or a straight smash down the line or something. That sort of shot.
Oh,
yeah.
She's throwing this away.
19-17.
Nice. It's a good rally.
Yeah, great tempo.
Maxinarova's feet went then, deceived by the shot.
You just get the feeling that the longer the rally goes, there is a greater chance, a much greater chance that Zhang's going to make the mistake.
Nobody should be making mistakes. We're playing the Sudirman Cup. It's frustrating to watch sometimes. I know we're not looking at the top nations here, but there are mistakes or errors where they're classed as errors, but actually it's somebody smashed at your body and you tried your best and it just blocked it and it went slightly wide. You know, it's not an error, it's not a mistake, it's just, you know, a good attack. But we've seen so many poor shots.
Under no pressure, yeah. On it goes. 19 all.
There are matches at times when, as a neutral, you're just begging it to go to 3. You know, you're really enjoying what you're watching, and it's a really fierce contest and whatever. And then sometimes there's just awkward matches that Some players are just not on their game. That's more like it. How many times have we seen that today? Very few.
So, game points. And we are going to a third.
Let's hope that in the third, both players are playing at their best. That's all we can really expect and hope for.
Well, there has been some slight improvement, I guess, in terms of the rally quality. That was a great chance for Petra.
You bet too much here, then she can do everything, and then you are in trouble. Play here.
Yeah, it was. It's a shame, really, because I've got a feeling, assuming when Yu Zhang plays with a bit more consistency and with a bit more sort of desire to win and intensity, it could be a very comfortable win in the third for her. I can't see Maxinarova winning this 21-10 in the third, but I can see that from Zhang if she plays at her best the entire game.
Because she bent until like that, she cannot lock so flat. She'll lock higher. When she lock higher, you still can do like this. You still proactive. You still proactive. What you need to be careful is about front four corners. You remember? And then at the net.
对不对？啊，有时候高球就是你高球你让心眼，他也会拿球，啊，他重心都往前压，对吧？你去吊球，你劈吊，哎，他喜欢，对吧？你先给他拉开，你让他先攻你让他跑起来，对吧？然后找机会你去点他一板，做进攻，对不对？啊，不要自己老是拼命想要去进攻加快，
20 seconds. 20 seconds.
Oh, Maxinarova back on court.
Final game. Love all. Play.
And remember, there will be a change of ends at the mid-game interval when Yu Zhang is going to get us underway with the serve. She had a slow start. She's been a little bit shaky in places. That was better as the first point. Easy kill.
This is what we should have been watching at the start of the match. I don't understand why.
I was literally just thinking that, yes.
When Yu Zhang didn't come out with full commitment.
Different player. And races off to a 4-love lead. That was a difficult round the head. Putting all the flair in now.
Great rally. Oh, well done, Maxinarova. She was under so much pressure then.
1-4.
Great recovery.
Good idea. Just too wide. Look how quickly she was into the net then.
Good anticipation from Zhang. She knew she had Maxinarova really late, straight off return of serve, and again, she's been told, Maxinarova, you've got to vary serve, you need to stop putting it in so slowly because her opponent's got a lot of skill, and when she holds you, you're in big trouble. All you need to do is put a little bit more pace on the serve, that's it.
Over. 4-5.
Oh, that was very close to being an incredible shot. Just ricocheted off the tape.
Lovely.
5-all.
Great technique. Changed the angle of the racket at the very last second there. This time it was Zhang's shot that was too slow.
Oh, certainly both getting stuck in.
Service over. 6-5.
She won the point. I don't understand that reaction. A very expressive player. That one's gone out.
Over. 6-all.
Oh, look at that cross. Wow.
Like you said earlier, it's a different player to what we saw at the start of the game. Reverse slice comes in, lovely cross net.
There's a lot of mopping there from where Maxinarova took the fall.
Service over.
It's still not pulling away. Oh, right at the back.
7.
Very active from Maxinarova.
Much better from Zhang. Both players have picked up a little bit. Maxinarova is having to fight really hard in defence now. She didn't really in the opening game. It's a bit too sort of casual from Zhang.
Yeah. Good return.
Service over. 9-8.
Brilliant rally.
That's a great shot to end that rally.
Really trying to stretch each other on there, the four corners being used.
Yeah, it's much, I mean, the quality has upped in these last few points. Full court coverage. Approaching the third and final interval, where of course they will change sides. Well, how she managed to put that out with all the time in the world,
10-all.
I will never know.
Oof. Well to avoid the shuttle.
Service over.
Stinging return. 11-10 at the break.
Change ends.
Fully fluid now in the rallies, Yu Zhang. Still in between the rallies, she looks like she's carrying an injury or something. It's very odd.
You cannot bend right. Just this one, just block cross or high. If you this one, you just lay down and then she cross and then you go around. Now you follow the wings. Now you follow the wings. So you need to, what you need to take care is you don't push. You need to move her into the back only. Not too fast. Move her to the back and then defense. Because now she against the ring, her lock everything will not so strong already. Will become slower. You can defend. Yeah.
Věříme si, bojujeme. Máš na to, jo? Hraješ dobře, pojď jedem. Až do konce.
So taking into account the drift. Well, perhaps carrying a bit of a cold.
Thank you, Canada. 11-10.
Either way, this is the conclusion of this match.
Play.
We've been on court for 50 minutes now. And a change of ends, as I said. Nice return, dipping.
12-10.
Mistake there. That's gone long.
10.
So a tough start for Maxinarova to this final phase of play.
Well
Service over.
Kind of just simply come down to
13.
shot quality by the looks of it, this one. They're both now flowing pretty well, sort of in the zone.
Well, I guess if you've been on court for 51 minutes, you're definitely warmed up. They've had a good dose of coaching advice throughout these 51 minutes. Zhang, at least, certainly looks like she's a little bit more up for it now.
Landed in. Brilliant shot.
Canada challenges.
Challenge coming, but yeah, I think that's in.
I think lengthwise we're okay. It's whether
it drifted out wide.
Yeah. Her eyes on that big screen as well. She knows this is important.
It is 13-11.
It is wide.
Well.
Correction out. Service over. 14-11. Play.
Well spotted, Zhang. Finally, the shoulders of the 19-year-old beginning to slump a little.
Good defense from Zhang.
Great shot, yeah. Marshall at the back.
16-11.
Those last couple of points have sort of closed the door here on Maxinarova.
I do feel for Maxinarova. She had that fire in her eyes all the way up to about 13-11 in this third game.
17-11.
A little bit resigned to the end. Well, stats have this ability to come through in the end.
18-11.
Higher-ranked player is now well on course for delivering Canada's second point in this tie to decide third and fourth in Group B. I think that's it. No more gas in the tank for Maxinarova.
Service over. 12-19.
No need to be a lip reader to understand what she was saying there. Still, very commanding position for Zhang. Like it was shading out, but
yeah, it did.
Played in, and that's definitely out.
Just wide.
13-19.
I wonder why Yu Zhang didn't come out in the opening game playing like this.
Yeah.
I still can't work it out.
Not 100%. But Maxinarova with a lot of work to do here. He's going to overturn this result. Oh, she's left that wide.
15, 19. When you don't go out the back of the court.
Well, reminded there by Trish Gubb to not go walkabout. Well, it's funny you should mention it, Bobby, but I think that first game Zhang has just suddenly popped up again.
It's 5 points in a row from Maxinarova as well. She's teasing everybody here, Manu Zhang. Still going to take 1 or 2 more for me to feel confidence that Maxinarova has a chance in this.
Yeah.
She's been dominated really in the third game. It's just this string of mistakes from Wen.
Oh, push. A lot of deception on that shot. So, 4 match points.
20 and point 16.
Maxinarova still giving her that chance though. She had the option to do something else, play with a bit more pace, for example, on the shot. But she floated it in there and gave Zhang the chance to be skillful, and hasn't been learning quick enough in the match.
Well, she's got a long career ahead of her, and that's it. A mistake in the end. 21-16 in the third. Zhang makes it 2-0 to Canada on the tie. 58 minutes on court.
58 minutes, that should have been 38 minutes.
Match won by Canada.
Could have easily been 38 minutes.
21,
Whatever was going on in the mind of Wenyu Zhang, at least she has delivered for the nation. And now she can go and take a rest. And as for Petra Maxinarova, well, little sparks of talent that we saw.
Yeah, she's got a, bright future, hopefully, and good potential of being a, a good player one day.
Got a lot of work to be done. So there's confirmation of it. 12-21, 21-19, 21-16 in 58 minutes. And it's 2-0 on the tie to Canada. Up next, it's the men's singles. Brian Yang taking on Jan Lauder. It's going to be great. Don't miss it. Welcome back to our coverage of the Sudirman Cup 2025 here in Xiamen. It's match 3 on day 4 of this tie between Canada and Czechia, fighting for 3rd spot in the group. Brian Yang in the men's singles taking on Jan Lauder. And there they are, ready and waiting to enter the arena. So, Canada with a chance to seal the tie, grab 3rd spot with this match, but it's going to be a tough one. Both of these players very familiar on the HSBC BWF World Tour circuit. And here they come. Well, both players, big lads. Bobby, Brian Yang and Jan Lauder.
Yeah, I was just looking at their previous meeting and trying to work out if we can gauge anything from it, and I realised we can't, because Brian Yang was 17 years old when they last met 6 years ago.
Wow, it's been that long.
Yeah, they've only met the once. Lauder's got the head-to-head victory, which surprised me, and now I realise why. You know, he's a few years older than Yang, so he would have been an adult when Yang was still a teenager. I'm not sure. Brian Yang lost in the semi-final of the Pan Am Championships recently.
Yeah, there it is. There's that one in.
And that sort of surprised me a little bit. Young Josh Nguyen beat Yang to that final, and it just raises those question marks, and perhaps has also suggested why they've been playing Victor Lai at top singles earlier in this week as well against other nations. It's going to be a tough match. Jan Lauder's having a good week. He got their only victory against Korea on day 1 over Cho Gyun-yop. And otherwise, you know, Czechia lost all their matches. They lost all their matches to Chinese Taipei. But Lauder got 18 points off Lin Chunyi, who's having a terrific year. Yeah. So it could be close, this. I would have said Brian Yang to win until I've seen what's happening this week, and like I mentioned, the Pan Am Championships.
Yeah.
But now I'm not so sure.
Not quite on his top form, the 23-year-old from Toronto. Currently ranked 32, and he has been as high as 21. Well, this is the point that will seal the deal, as I said, for Canada. If they can grab it. Brian Yang himself, as you said, big success in the Pan Am area, but that is just a different level of badminton.
Ready to play?
On the HSBC BWF World Tour, just that one runner-up finish in the Indonesia Masters last year, Super 500 against Anders Antonsen, when he was having a bit of a purple patch.
Who's this? Brian Yang? Yeah, I was quite impressed when he reached the last 16 of the China Open last year. After he just looked good. He beat Priyanshi Rajawat on the way, and
he was fast. Yeah, he was incisive.
Lost out to Vitisan, which is understandable the year he had. But at times, Brian Yang, over the last couple of years, has looked pretty amazing. Really improved from, say, 3 or 4 years ago, and became the full package.
Well, that was Bert van Horenbeek that you saw in the umpire's chair, and Andrea Chiappini is now service judge for this one.
Ladies and gentlemen,
and that means we're ready to go.
On my right, Canada, represented by Brian Yang. And on my left, Czechia, represented by Jan Lauda. Canada to serve. Full. Play.
It's gone long.
Serves over. 1 love.
Deep serve from Lauda. And a beautiful return into mid-court.
Love.
And that's a smacked back return from Yang.
1, 2.
Same position. Yang scores his second point.
2-all.
We hadn't mentioned that performance earlier in the week either of Brian Yang, who lost 21-18 in the third to Chatien Chen, which was a fairly decent sign that he is back on some form.
He's preferring this bottom left corner for us. And so far he's 2 of 3. Not really having to move into a second gear, but taking a nice lead. Nicely caught out there by a good return.
3-4.
Too slow again. There's plenty of players today.
Yeah.
Playing shots that are just a bit too floaty and slow. I'm glad they're paying the price, because it should give them a good indication of the problem.
Oh, great placement by Yan.
6-3.
Just off the hip.
Yeah, that's a good shot. That slice down was a great shot.
So 6-3 up. And Looking to get Czechia a point. Push this to the doubles. Brian Yang still trying to find his targeting range. That's it. Emphatic cross-court winner.
4-7.
Brilliant rally from Jan Lauder. Really accurate in those shots into the corners.
Yeah, but he certainly seems to have started that a tiny bit more brighter. More incisive, bit faster.
9-5.
Yeah, he's playing at a really nice level here. There's intensity there without getting too eager. He's very composed, very in control of himself. And sort of, you can tell he knows where his levels are, his limits are.
Yeah.
How much risk to take.
It's a far more tactical, strategic and complete game that we're watching
6-9
from the previous match that we just watched. They've certainly settled into a rhythm a bit quicker.
Yeah, both very professional in their outlook to everything. And I think I'd be surprised if I ever saw either of these two players come out for a match and look half-hearted or doubt whether they're up for it, or physical conditioning being
they
off,
just have that base benchmark level of.
They're proud of what they do. You know, you can see it. Compare that to what we saw with Wenyu Zhang in the last match. We just didn't have a clue what on earth the problem was.
Yeah.
There really was at the start, wasn't there?
You can kind of expect it from a 19-year-old on the other side of the court, but Wenyu Zhang, it was very strange. He's pushed that a bit wide, Yang. So 11-6 at the break, and Lauder just a little bit more accurate.
Yeah, very calm, very composed performance, but with a level of intensity as well. I like this from Lanyada so far.
So look at this speed up a bit. You got a chance to speed up a bit. But he did it very good. As in half smash. Half smash and 14, now you're faster. Now you cannot follow him. And now you follow his pace. Right? Good job.
Come on, seconds. 20 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 seconds.
back on court. Jan Lauder with a good 5-point lead.
11-6. Play.
Nice backhand from Jan. And he's a big man. It's easy for him to cover court, very much that Victor Axelsen frame. And this is a decent developed rally as well. Straight to the body from Brian Yang.
7-11. Over. 12-7.
And he's still powering ahead. So that lead now up to 5. Oh, it's another mistake from Brian Yang.
13-7.
He's just finding a bit of trouble with this left side of the court.
Yeah, he's missed that line a few times, hasn't he?
And beautiful drop into front from
14-7.
Jan Lauder.
It's a bit worrying for Brian Yang, this, you know?
Yeah,
That's
absolutely.
Sort of a bit of a nothing shot he just hit. Not really much intensity on the smash, wasn't accurate, wasn't down the line, wasn't powerful.
He didn't even move for it.
And then it just got cross-blocked with such ease. Begs the question as to why bother playing that shot in the first place.
That's in.
Wow.
15-7. Oh, I wonder if even Jan thought he'd get a first game lead like this.
People talk about being in the zone, and for athletes like this, especially in a sort of a technical sport which also needs the athleticism, there's a very much a sort of peaks and troughs of how you feel when you're on a court. Jan Lauder right now, and from the very start, is in the zone.
It's compact, yeah.
Yeah, he's not wasting time with bad footwork. His shots have been very accurate, efficient.
Effective, yeah.
And
accurate.
And he's really causing Brian Yang some problems.
So Brian has called for a challenge here. I actually think he's going to be lucky because that looked... Oh, he is lucky.
Correction in. Serves over. 8-15. Play.
Gone long two, and a little bit despondent, Brian Yang.
He's hit a lot out the back as well, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's made a few mistakes this first game.
Maybe the change of ends will, the conditions might, it's been quite endy this week, so perhaps that will be restricted in the second.
10-16.
most singles players would prefer to play into the drift.
Yeah.
Whereas it's not necessarily the case in doubles. And I'm saying most, not all of them. But it's a lot easier to control the back line when you're hitting into a drift.
Because of that braking.
Yeah.
That kind of braking force.
Unless you're really forced, you know, to take the shuttle behind you, unless you're really late. And I'm talking really, really late.
And it takes a really high arc or goes really flat low.
These players can find the back line with their technique. You know, they could effortlessly hit it into the A board at the back if they wanted to. But when you're playing with the drift, it's harder to control it to land. You want it to land 4 inches, 6 inches max from the back line.
Before, so it can slide, yeah.
Well, no, I mean, that's where you want it to land. Anything shorter than that on a lift or a clear is not good enough at this level.
Right, right.
When you're playing with the drift, it's very easy to hit it out, and you have to take something off your natural shot to get that length. How much to take off the shot is actually very difficult. You can very easily hit it short still, even though you're playing with the drift, because you're trying to take too much off.
All comes down to touch.
Well, it's those players at the very top level, you know, the legends of our sport, that consistently find a way to win in all kinds of different venues around the world. That's what makes them special, is that they can adjust and still find ways to win. Oh,
yeah, well, of course, the name that immediately springs to mind in that respect is An Se-young. I mean, in 1 week of play, wherever she's around the world, she rapidly adjusts towards the conditions, so that on final Sunday, or where, you know, even if it's semi-finals, she knows exactly where she needs to hit. That micro control.
Yeah.
Now, that was unfortunate for Jan Lauder to get that body shot, but he's still in commanding position here. And in all honesty, Bobby, I actually think that he might win this from a couple of Brian Yang mistakes.
Yeah, it wouldn't be...
The rallies have been developed and they've been solid enough, but it's just 1 or 2 shots from Brian that haven't been going the way he wants.
That's lovely.
That's wonderful.
Cross drive winner.
Well, this is a key
I think
point.
this caught the line.
Yeah, same here.
My first instinct.
Well, there were 2 line judges that immediately reacted to it. No discrepancy between them. I wouldn't be surprised if it is.
Oh, there's quite a lot of sort of pace on the drive. There wasn't a soft drive, and so it is a bit difficult to judge. And Brian Yang was stood right there, which he might have got in the way of the line judge.
Well, he's won that challenge, but he's got a lot of work to do in this first game. Nicely weighted from Lauder. Just couldn't follow it up.
14-19.
Down first. Don't focus because after he leave, he defends so good. No point of doing.
I like this coach. Keeps it quite simple. I mean, obviously, Czechia language isn't his first language, and the coaching advice is quite positive without being overwhelming. Good shot.
Nice from Brian.
15-19.
So as that sails long, Lauda with 5 game points. Well, he had to stretch for that one, and Brian Yang, great anticipation, was in the right place at the right time.
16-20.
Oh, again, good combination from Yang.
17-20.
When this one pull down, from front pull, okay. From front lift, okay.
The big, imposing figure of Jan Lauda. Game point again. Well, that's bound to be out. And it is.
Challenge.
Canada challenges called out.
Well, that really did look out. Based on that last challenge, let's wait to see. This wasn't a drive though, this was more.
Just keeping Brian Yang waiting.
Oh, this time it is out.
Challenge unsuccessful. Game.
They have kept the drama alive, Hawkeye, this week. So 21-17.
Showed us a few signs there, I think, Brian Yang, of settling back into the match. And
yeah,
if it wasn't such a big lead, I think Lauda was 15-7 up at one point. If it wasn't for that massive gap, I think it would have been quite a close end. And you might expect Brian Yang to be a bit more competitive in the second.
You cannot follow his here, corners.
Overhead, you back slow a bit, don't back to center too much. Okay. Because what he doesn't have like very sharp drop or anything. You always chop and smash, chop and smash. It's like at this area, you can handle that. Yeah, but if you play with it, but like we practice at home, pop, back, a little bit, back, a little bit, slow, then go. Okay. Yeah. Okay. No need to go back to center and then defense, and then you will get harder.
I think I should speed up somewhere.
Now you are follow the lead. Anyhow your speed has to a little bit above him. Okay. So you control him from the net. Yeah? Okay, come on.
Well, yet more solid advice on the Czechia side, and good to see Jan Lauda, one of those players that's actively involved in the discussion, wants to find out, wants to learn more.
Yeah, I've always admired that amongst top players. I first really noticed it when Axelsen came onto the scene, going back 10 years.
Yeah, he does that, yeah.
But it used to be in the coaching intervals that he'd almost completely lead the coaching interval. And the coach might ask a couple of open-ending questions to get him to understand that he is the one that's out there and has to analyse the game as he's playing it.
Right.
So rather than say,
Canada challenges called in.
another challenge here, rather than say, you know, you're getting beat when you lift it to his round-the-head corner and he hits the reverse slice. Instead, the coach would say, where do you feel you're getting beat? And, and you'd almost see him going, well, I've had a trouble here, a couple of, and then he'd go, the coach would nod and say, yeah, okay, and what are we going to do about that? You
That's
know,
a very interesting point.
But it
because
almost
it has to be so overwhelming for a player in that moment.
Oh, massively.
You know, when you've got too many voices coming your way, and you know, you've got to keep the mind thinking and kind of working.
You're thinking and feeling whatever you're going through at the time. Like, Christ, I'm knackered here. You know, and you're trying to drink, you're trying to towel, and you're worried about something, and then your coach is trying to give you some other advice. If he puts it on you, and you have to come up with a thought process as to what is going on, it almost makes it more of a believable sort of project. You know, I'm invested in this because it was my idea.
Yeah. Well, that's exactly it. It has to. You have to feel like you're the one that's making the decisions, not the coach. Anyway, Yang's taken a 2-love lead up here in the second, and worthy of it as well.
Great diving save from Yang, but he must control the width.
0-0, 1-2.
He's actually on balance when he hit the shot. Amazing how quick he got off the floor.
So 3-1 up. Nice shot there from Nada.
Good defense off the body. That's not easy, but that penultimate shot played straight into Yang's hands.
And he was a little bit overcommitted, Yan. About there, in fact.
It's hard to analyse when it's your opponent. You know, you're watching the shuttle, you're not necessarily watching their feet. But the amount of times Brian Yang's right leg is actually switched back out looking for the rear corner. Like there. Did it just then.
Yeah.
When you've played a net shot or a push, your racket leg, so it's the same hand, same side of the body as the hand, you know, the right leg in Yang's case, will be towards the net, like there, and then he comes back and it's still, look at you chasse back, your right leg's still forwards. You can, alternatively, switch it, looking for a lift all the time, which then makes you late if you do get played back to the net. But it's a gamble, you know, they're only going to play net or lift from that position, but there's no other shot to play, so you can see it, but Yan hasn't seemed to have adjusted to the fact that Brian Yang is looking for those lifts quite often and switching that right leg out.
Well, he's raced off to a great lead here. Brian, 5-1.
It's a good smash. Good steep angle as well.
little caught out very late to that shot.
Great recovery though from Lauda.
An injection of pace from the Czech player.
Excellent rally.
That was a beautiful rally. Oh, what a shot to end it.
Yeah, it was a good slice.
And getting a lot of applause from his coaches. Brian cemented himself in mid-court, putting a lot of pressure, cutting down the reaction time.
He's getting some good value from his deceptive shots, is Brian Yang. When he gets a little bit more time to use that deception, especially on the backhand side.
And he's certainly a lot more accurate than he was in the first game. A lot less errors.
7-4.
And a 7-4 lead.
Serve 5-7.
There you go.
Oh, how about that?
That's 3 times in this game already, that same shot. Can't get beat on return of serve. You've just got to be able to serve better so that doesn't happen. You saw it time and time again. Meisterova against Zhang earlier.
Well, he's moving better, Brian, now. Certainly fighting for control of these points a bit more.
Good shot, good recovery shot.
As soon as he had Brian Yang tracking back, Lauda knew that there was a good chance for him to seal that point right there.
Yeah.
Well, Jan had to take an extra step there. That's very high.
Serve 9-6.
After you transition, your eyes look back fast, then people go back slow.
He's a very vocal coach, isn't he?
He is, I like him. I think he's doing a good job for Czechia, and his second game is hopefully going down to the wire. It's a real sort of challenge for both men here.
8-9.
Well, it's close as we approach the mid-game interval. Just 1 point in it.
Haven't seen many of those sort of tight net battles that you so often see at the top of men's singles today. That might be the first one I've really seen where they've netted back and it's been who can play the best tight net shot. Good shot. Again, 2 rallies in a row. He's firing down that line.
Yeah, he's certainly got his tail up.
Yeah.
10-9. And on the brink of going in ahead at the break. There's the fist pump.
It's a good comeback, isn't it? He was down by 4 or 5 points at one point, I think. Trying to do too much, trying to be too clever, Yang.
So 11-9 as we go into the break. And he's not out of the woods at all.
Following it, like system back to the neck. I put more pressure on him at the neck. Yeah, the front foot and the almost hold in the knee. The front foot is so big from the neck. Not getting it back. The corner, you can't control, you can see it out. You always it's simple. The natural effect. Come on, let's go.
Play.
Terrific shot from Brian Yang. High quality rally, and I like the confidence in the shot making. Said it a couple of points before the break. We haven't seen many of these sort of net challenges. That knockoff. Catching the tape, bit lucky for Lauda, but he'll take it.
Yep, absolutely. Lauda just needs to keep that lead intact, and then he can keep his nation in this tie. Point in it now.
Oh, quality shot from Yang.
12-all.
I haven't seen too many times when Lauda's been a little bit too eager, a bit snatchy. He's been very on balance for most of the match.
You said he was very composed in that first game.
Yeah, I haven't seen that from him all that often. I think he was caught between two minds.
Important serve for Brian Yang.
That is a rifle smash.
Straight down the line.
Deadly accurate, wasn't it?
Yeah.
13-12.
That's just the point he needed. Well, as this match continues, I can tell you that Hong Kong have run out winners over Algeria, so that's settled that group. So Hong Kong finishing in third in Group A. China and Thailand, of course, have qualified from that group. And how about this, Bobby? Lauda moving ahead.
Well, he was 2 points ahead, but Yang's on the comeback. Lauda starting to look a little nervous for the first time in this match. Oi.
I think that's it.
Another challenge.
That was too fast to call.
Oh, I think it was in. Personally. On the line.
Well, 13-14, what an important point. It is absolutely on the line.
One challenge remaining. Serves over. 15-13.
It's a great opportunity for Jan Lauda now. He's a hard-working player.
I don't think he believes his own shot was going over then. That's nice. Lovely technique, that flat backhand clear lift. It was really flat. It was like a drive almost. Really got Brian Yang on the back foot.
And then in the right place to get that 16th point.
Really hammering that forehand corner of Brian Yang. All of the clears are over here on the right hand side.
Right.
He's very rarely going into his round the head corner.
17-13.
Nice final shot here though.
Yeah, the cross block came off so nicely that Brian Yang was forced to stretch into the net and take it really low. Usually one shot in a rally that makes all the difference, and it's the way he can compose himself to deal with that straight smash. Good technique.
17-13. It's gone out. Challenge coming. That looked very much out.
I thought it looked quite close actually. I think it is out, but I don't think it's out by that much. No more than an inch, surely. A centimetre or so, I reckon. I think he's just using the amount of hope. May as well use a challenge he hasn't.
Not exactly, it's the end of the game.
Oh, it was a bit out.
Yeah, a bit more than an inch, but he's still got that buffer.
14-17.
It's still Brian Yang that has to do the work here. it over.
Yeah, lovely control from Brian Yang.
15-17.
Well, again, 2 points close enough.
In the first, at the end, I'm saying something like about Jan Lauder being in the zone. He's not anymore. He's hitting some lovely shots. The smash, for example, is working really well. He's deadly accurate with it. But he doesn't seem as in control of the rallies as he was at the start of the match.
Oh! Took his eye off the shuttle, did he?
16-17.
Brian Yang's defense was basically lucky. You can't very easily control the height or the pace at which you hit this block. It just so happened to be a better shot than anyone would have expected or intended. It sort of stopped dead over the net and was just falling, so Lauder had to reach in even further. And yeah, normally they kind of fire back into the middle of the court and you could just put them away, but good block from Yang.
Well, again, very important point. Too close to call right now. 16-17. Brian Yang fighting for game 3.
Yeah, I've got a feeling Yang might find a way through this.
Looking to get Czechia's first point.
Put it in that shot.
17-4.
Oh, what a pickup.
Oh, brilliant from Brian Yang.
Emphatic isn't a strong enough word.
17.
He's got some momentum behind him as well now, hasn't he? The last few points have been really nicely played. Will help him gain some confidence in this match.
I think that's out, yeah. And it now does look more and more likely like we're going into a third. Well, the plan is set between player and coach. Well, let's just see if it can be executed.
It's in as well.
Ooh, that's a beautiful shot. So 3 game points.
17.
When it matters, Brian Yang has just turned it on here.
Yeah, he's really stepped it up. Oh, it's a mistake from Lauder in the end. 21-17, the second.
Second game, won by Canada, 21-17.
Canada still in with a shout to make it 3-0 on the tie.
Yang looks a lot more settled than he did at the start, and Jan Lauder doesn't seem as sort of in
the
control of everything in his surroundings as he did at the start. So it's advantage Yang for me.
Move the score far from him. You at least have to lead 4 or 5 points. Yeah. So you try from here. From here you can try to put far, wait for him, because he's follow the wing. If he push, you'll be out. Then he will try to lead high. When you lead high, you got a chance to attack already. But if you put long, if you close to the net, you go in net, you can push. But if you put long, you put long back to him. Or over. But because you see, at the first set, you have very good lead. He can't kill you. Just do the same thing. Don't need to be hurry. And then now she is follow the wing. That's how he against the wing. He was right against.
Final game. Lawful.
So here we go. The deciding game in what has been a fascinating matchup between Brian Yang and Jan Lauder. Brian a bit slower to start. Jan certainly was a little bit more compact at the beginning, but things have changed in that second game. And now it really is anybody's call. Remember, there will be a change of ends at the middle of this third game.
Brian Yang definitely felt more comfortable on the second end. I know it's easy to say that now we've seen the scores, but if you think back to how many times he hit it long in the first, just like he did there from that side of the court, we didn't. And how many times did he hit it long in the second?
Right, exactly.
Very few.
Yeah. And he's going to end up on this side of the court.
Yeah, that bodes well for Yang.
All he has to do is keep pace with the score, make sure that Jan doesn't build up too much of a buffer, and then he's got a good shout past 11 points.
I think Lauder should have attacked that. Better.
6'1", Jan Lauder. And with that jump, elevation of probably about 7-8 feet.
Interestingly, the first lift, Brian Yang was in loads of control of where he is on court and the shuttle, but he hit it really short of the back line. It was, and again, that lift is going to land somewhere in front of the service line from where we are, you know, where Yang's feet are. That suggests to me that he's scared of the length, which means he is playing with drift.
Well, 4-1 looks like a great lead. The way Brian Yang's been playing, I think he's going to need a bit more than that, Lauder.
17 would be nice. 17 more, I mean.
There's a good tempo going on.
2-4.
Again, he's hitting long.
He certainly is not happy with that side of the court.
I think Jan Lauder needs 11-6 should be enough for him to win this match at the break. 11-7's probably about evens. If it's 11-8 to Lauda, I think Yang still wins. And of course, if it's closer than that, or if Yang's in the lead.
Oh, he's pushed that one.
Serve, 3-5.
It's a shame. It's a nice looking slice. Just put a bit too much on it.
Smack that back.
That was hit hard, wasn't it?
Yep.
4-5.
Both big guys. Over 6 foot, both of them?
Yeah, Lauda's 6'1", and Brian Yang is
about the same, I'd say.
6 flat. Just that 1 inch between them, but yeah, both 6-footers. Ooh, that looked close.
Czechia challenges called out.
Could be edge of the line.
I thought this looked just wide, personally. It's always good to play the guessing game, isn't it?
Yeah. Wow, that is
Challenge
out.
unsuccessful. 1 challenge remaining. 5-all. Play.
Well, they're just approaching the hour mark. Oh, what an exchange.
We haven't seen much of that. We haven't seen a battle in the mid-court either in this one, really, until then.
5.
Good reactions. That one in particular, Yang had to...
Yeah, he
closed his eyes pretty much, didn't he?
And he was in a half crouch.
Yeah.
Well, I did say at the beginning of the show that this was not only going to be a pivotal match in the tie, but it was also going to be a crunching affair.
Oh, what a shot. What a time to pull that out. We haven't seen a reverse slice from that forehand corner, well, from either of them today at all. Brian Yang just stood and watched.
Yeah, that's what I like to call a statue shot. He's essentially just a spectator. Oh, it's an interesting evolution of points. And Brian will be happy with the fact that he's close enough as they approach the mid-game interval. Certainly looking a bit more sprightly, warmed up nicely. Moving around court well. Well, the rallies have got a lot shorter, but the scoreline means that this could go either way. And remember, we're getting very close now to that change of ends.
I think you take out those mistakes from Yang on the back line, which we should see less of in the second half of this.
And there's another one.
Yeah, I think Yang comes through this. That's my hunch. He's hit 5 long.
Yeah.
That's 5 points for Lauda.
Yeah.
And it's 10-7.
Oh. 8-10.
That's a good attack. Got there early, moving sideways, and found the right place on the body with the smash.
I think that's what's shaken Lauda. The fact that that attack is becoming
bigger and bigger.
Bigger, more venomous. It's got a lot more sting to it. Oh, look at that.
It's over. 11-8 interval. Change end.
So 11-8 at the break. And that's what you were saying. That was one of your permutations, right?
Yeah, well, I said 11-7 to be evens. 11-6 and Lauda might just sneak it, and anything better for Yang, and Yang comes through and wins this. So if I'm going to stick to my guns, Yang should have enough here, because he's not as troubled with his length from this end of the court. Fewer mistakes from him, and the way it's been going puts Brian Yang in the driving seat for this one, I'd say.
Like this, so you can lift. But if you go back slow, there's a good chance to attack. Okay. Yeah. Ah. Thanks.
11-8.
Well, this is it. This is crunch time, the business end of this match. Final phase of action, the men's singles.
Over 9-11.
And Brian now back on this preferred side.
It's a good block. Good rally. Reverse live is devastating. Did well, Yang, to recover from that.
Wow, it's good to see them both getting stuck in, and it's the mistake from Lauda.
10-11.
Adam Mendrick in the background just nervously scratching his beard. You can almost feel what he's feeling, you know. It's so much national pride.
Oh, well, it is a nerve-wracking match for sure. Oh, he's pushed that long. No, he's got it. So that's the point that ties it up. 11-all. Thought for a second that it may have just drifted long, but no challenge, and both line judges confirming it. So service with Brian Yang, and it's an important one.
Yes. Hunting that net down, Jan Lauder.
12-11.
Well, for Lauder now, it's just thinking about that next point. He's going to take it one step at a time.
Watched it all the way.
13-11. Serve up, 12-13.
Still absolutely nothing between them in this third and deciding game. That's been called
wide, yeah.
13-4.
Hands
Yeah,
on
he
hips.
doesn't.
Defiant, he's not happy.
Yeah, he's not happy with that at all.
I mean, these two are both so sort of professional and accurate, steady. To make a mistake when you're under not really that much pressure must be so frustrating.
Yeah, it's got to play on your mind. That is a great length.
Lauder can't believe he left it again. That's his default reaction. Annoyed.
Well, you can see on his face, he's a little bit in his head now. Brian Yang, on the other hand, looks like he's got a fresh spring in his step.
Jan Lauder, that was. Tried to lift cross and he put it straight on Yang's forehand. It was an awful shot. Got punished straight away. Yeah, you can see the frustration.
Well, after 67 minutes of fighting, that's how that frustration builds. 2 points down. Brian Yang 6 points away from sealing third place for Canada. As I said earlier, the other match this morning, Hong Kong got their third place against Algeria. Very one-sided tie, has to be said.
Oh, Jan. Feel for him. I want him to do well here. Don't know why. I think it's just Czechia have been the underdogs and come so close.
And they had those good results, yeah,
that's what I
earlier
mean.
in the week.
Not just today, but against Korea, against is it Taipei?
Korea and Taipei, yeah, the two from this
group. Yeah. They deserve a little more than they've achieved.
Oh, he was in control at that point. But now Brian Yang 4 points ahead. And I think you've called it, Bobby. That 11-8 at the break certainly seems to have worked for Brian Yang.
I've seen the odd game of badminton before. It's true.
No, I don't believe you.
The good thing for Yang is the comforting thing for him is that he's been playing his default game without changing too much. Struggled on the bad end. But he hasn't tried to do. Well, he should have done a bit more to try and fix it, really, but he didn't. But it does mean that he can just keep playing as he's playing on the good end, and doesn't need to change anything back.
Yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah,
doesn't need to adjust. Yan here, assuming he's playing with drift now, needs to stop going as hard with the smash, unless it's an obviously easy smash, you know, from half court or something, and just keep that controlled attack down. Just keep clipping it down. It's hard to lift it into the Yang's rear corners, as we saw from Yang failing so often earlier. So you've just got to try and hold the attack and just play sort of almost 75% speed shots downwards.
I think the key word you said there is controlling it, and he just looks a bit frustrated, a bit angry at himself, and that's going to be a bit harder.
Brian Yang is definitely controlling the shuttle a lot better on this side.
19-13. And this match rapidly falling the way of the Canadians. Smack that one back again.
Oh, yeah, lovely.
So 7 match points
20.
and 7 tie points. Seven chances for Canada.
Great smash. Oh,
it's out.
Czechia challenges called out.
Well, it had to, after 71 minutes on court, there had to be some drama, I guess, at the end, and it is going to come down to this challenge.
Let's see if we can tell from their body languages who knows what. I think
it was
Lauder
fast.
thinks he's hit this. He thinks he's made it. Oh, it's gone wide.
Oh, it's so close, but unlucky. Well, what a battle it was between two warriors. And Brian Yang, a little bit slow to start, but he comes through in 71 minutes. 21-13 in the third. And what's most important, of course, is that Canada have finished third in the group with a 3-0. Hasn't been the easiest. They had a tough women's singles match. And they had a grinding, crunching men's singles match.
I think it was won at the coin toss. I think they're very evenly matched, these two, and it was a really good battle. The fact that Brian Yang was ending the match on clearly the better end, if it had been the other way around, we might have seen a similar result for Jan Lauder. Might. Obviously, it's hard to say.
Well, I thought for a second there that he may have had a bit of a hamstring pull. He just touched it, but no, he's fine. So Canada 3-0 up.
That's it, third place.
Yep, that's it. They've done it. And there's confirmation of it. 17-21, 21-17, 21-13, 71 minutes. And we've still got 2 matches left in the tie. And that's it, the women's doubles. Jacqueline Chong and Catherine Choi against Teresa Zabikova in her second match, paired up with Katerina Zuzakova. The women's doubles is coming up next. Welcome back to Xiamen and the Sudirman Cup 2025 finals. It's day 4 of the competition. The 4 groups, consisting of 16 badminton nations, have largely been settled, but still a few odds and ends to tie up for 3rd and 4th places. And we are focused on Group B here. As you can see, this is a state of play. Canada have won the tie and have taken 3rd spot in Group B. But still 2 more matches to be played. Women's doubles, Jacqueline Cheung and Catherine Choi against Teresa Zvabikova and Katerina Zuzikova. There they are. Well, we know Teresa Zvabikova is the experienced part of the pair. Her partner here, Katerina, is 23 years old. One of the up-and-coming youngsters of Czechia badminton. And here they come. Now it is a scratch pairing. Katerina Zuzikova usually plays her badminton with Sofia Orinikova. She's not in the squad, but it hasn't been much badminton being 23.
They played together actually at the European Mixed Team Championships, the Czechia players, but it's not on the World Tour or anything, BWF, it's Badminton Europe, but they actually put up a good fight against the French, Margot Lambert and her partner. Went the distance, 19 or 18 in the 3rd, I think.
Well, we're going to have to see if that opening match that Zvabikova played in the mixed doubles is going to have any effect. As you said, she's had a punishing schedule all week. Cheung and Choi. On the tour, first meeting between these pairs, Catherine Choi usually plays with Josephine Wu.
Well, I'm interested to see how this pair settles for Canada, because in terms of women doubles in Canada, the top 7 pairs in the rankings, 4 of those places are taken by Catherine Choi, as in with 4 different partners, which makes me wonder why nobody wants to settle with Catherine Choi.
Well, she has played with Jacqueline before in the 2024 Canadian International. They were runner-up.
Yeah.
That was the only... She's played with Talia Ng as well.
Yeah, these two have played together 9 times, I think, 9 different tournaments, the Canadians together. But she's got a similar record with loads of other partners too.
Yeah.
Got to the quarterfinals of the Pan Am Championships together, I think. Yeah, lost out to Lauren Lam and Alison Lee from America.
There is Jacqueline Cheung, 22 years old, born in Richmond Hill, Canada. Ranked 48 with Catherine Choi. Choi, 23 years old, and as you said, at that age has played with so many partners. Ranked 27 is the highest ranking with Josephine Wu.
Together they won the Pan American Cup actually as well earlier this year, but the stats for it aren't out. It's a bit of a confusing sort of database on it, but I'm pretty sure they came up trumps there.
Second showing for Zvabikova, born in Ostrava. And here is her 23-year-old partner. Currently ranked 842 in the world, and there's confirmation of her highest ranking with Sonia Zabikova. So once again, Canada have won this time, and this really is just for national pride, these last two matches.
I suspect this is going to be a good showing here, and again,
Henrik Vars, the umpire.
Much like in the mixed, there's a good chance for the Czechia players.
And Trish Gubb is the service judge.
I wonder how much energy Zabikova's got left in her legs after this week. 2 matches every day against pretty tough opposition.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, on my right, Czechia, represented by Katarina Suzukova and Teresa Svabikova. And on my left, Canada, represented by Jacqueline Chung and Catherine Choi. Czechia to serve, Katarina Suzukova to Catherine Choi. Love all. Play.
Well, it would mean a lot to Czechia if they could pull off a match win, very much like Australia yesterday against Malaysia. In the women's doubles, Gonya Somerville and Angela Yu pulled out a match win against Go Peiki and Carmen Ting. Make it 4-1 on the scoreline.
Love.
An early lead for Chung and Choi.
Oh,
She take that straight in the gut.
I was punishing Sabikova earlier for playing that kind of shot and not looking for the follow-up. Chung just did it textbook. Put it straight in.
Ooh, I think that's out. Yes, it is.
Face.
5-love.
Not a good start for the Czechia players.
6-love.
Not at all. Definitely Chung and Choi have settled quicker.
Loads of confidence between the Canadian pair. They're making moves off the shuttle, which is always a sign of confidence.
Serves over.
Nice shot.
1-6.
So first point for Czechia.
Serves over. 7-1.
Well, that's just out, but I can see what you mean, Bobby, about how they are
7.
certainly moving around that court very fast.
Normally when you play a lift you get side by side with your partner, but if you feel like you've played quite an aggressive attacking lift, like your opponent isn't early on the shuttle, they're not waiting for it to land, so they've got loads of time to jump up and hit it. It's one of those where they might be taking it slightly on the off balance or on a neutral sort of 50-50 kind of footing.
Yeah.
One of you can actually sort of push to the middle of the net, expecting the drop shot, because that's the normal kind of shot that just neutralizes the rally, and therefore, you know, put your racket through it and you've killed it. It's a bit of a gamble, but it's one that it's like a shot to nothing in snooker. You're not going to be punished by getting it wrong.
Yeah, it's worth having a shot.
At worst, they'll clip it down. Your partner will save your ass and, you know, clear it back out again, start again. so it's worth the gamble.
8.
But to see players so early on in the match start doing that suggests they're really sort of almost overconfident.
Well, the 3 points that the Czechia pair have picked up so far have been from mistakes from Chong and Choi. What?
She pulled up then.
3.
Suzukova. Yeah, it's the right knee.
Oh no.
She's okay, I think, but she took a big lunge.
Did she hit the A-ball?
She's shaking that right leg still. No, I think she's just landed sort of heavily on it.
Serves over 4-9.
Straight down the middle.
10.
So just like that, 4 minutes in, and we're on the brink of the first mid-game interval.
Yeah, there you go. See, Sabakova did that. Move to the net, even though they cleared it out.
5-10.
Because she knew her opponents weren't going to be smashing through it from that position.
Serves over 11-5 interval.
11-5 at the break. That left side of the court hasn't been very rewarding for them. Well, as we see it. Of course, right side for them.
Or either they receive the
Well, we were talking about Slavikova's sort of lack of that racket up forecourt presence earlier in the mixed, which you absolutely need in mixed. You need it in doubles too, in women's doubles too, or men's doubles, because one of you's always moving to the front, you know, and it's a heavy rotation. It should be 50-50 unless you've got an obvious sort of front and back person. You try to get into that formation. But that final shot, that top wide, again, Slavikova didn't have a racket up and wasn't looking for it. It's just almost, you're missing an opportunity every time.
11-5.
So 11-5.
Serves over 6.
That came back a bit too steep.
Yeah, it's good interception. I don't think the shot was meant for Slavikova to be able to reach it. Good move from Choi. She's always looking for that net.
That's a nice little pattern of play.
12-6.
12-6 on the board.
It's only going one way, this one. Chung and Choi are just much more organised as a doubles pair.
Out. Serves over 7-12.
Czechia pair looking for power to get through this. Oh, just long.
9-12.
Well, it seems to be working a little bit. At least closing up, but Chung and Choi and a good 3-point buffer at this point.
Serves over 13-9.
Fast pace to the points, just 8 minutes on court. And it's 13-9. Having a lot of trouble with that back line.
14-9.
Yeah, they've been sealed the same fate as the singles matches we saw in the last two. From that far side, there's just got to be careful with that lift and clear. Best way to combat that in doubles
15,
is just to stop lifting and clearing. It's simple. Drive the shuttle down, drop back to middle, keep the attack.
Oh, great vision into the corner.
16-10.
Well, they have been untroubled on the scoreline.
Nice.
17-10.
That for me is where the Canadians have got a big advantage, just having that composure and the speed of shot, speed of movement to take the shot and just push it past the front person into the spaces.
I was just about to say, I think to add to what you were saying, the evolution of these points is indicative of the confidence that they have. They're moving forward all the time, not overcommitting.
How relaxed Choi is. She's just, you know, she knows where she needs to be and how long it's going to take her to get there. Sort of instinctively.
13-17.
And that means you've just got time to take a few chances or perhaps be a bit creative.
But you're also set up if in case it does turn into one of these long rallies.
Yeah, yeah. That's better from Sabikova to try and intercept.
18-13.
She missed, but at least she's trying to make that move. Brilliant. Brilliant.
Very nice. So Sabikova finds
14-18.
some reward on the side of front court. 4 points back. As always, sailing wide.
15-18.
She's got Markham Badminton on the front of her shirt, Choi. That's coincidentally where the Canada Open's going to be this year in Toronto. Good challenge from Sabikova. We haven't seen enough of that in this game, and we didn't see enough of that in the mixed doubles from her either.
Correct me if I'm
Push
wrong.
down, bracket up, moving forwards, hunting the shuttle. Been calling for that from her all day.
That's right, you have. But correct me if I'm wrong, Markham is one of the central hubs of Canadian badminton?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
And Calgary's played its part quite a bit too. Hosted the Canadian Open a few times most recently. It's been a terrific event, in fact, one of my favourites on the World Tour in the recent years.
That's one of your regulars, isn't it?
Yeah, well, the Horse and Music Festival Stampede is on at the same time every year. And it's massive. I mean, million visitors go through there in the week.
Oh, wow.
And it's the rodeo and all the different horse and events.
Yeah. That's got to be
rock concerts.
Quite the spectacle, yeah.
It's brilliant last year. Had the cowboy hats on the lot. It was good fun.
Now on court, this is turning into a very close affair. 18 all after that initial lead.
There's been a bit of a fight back from the Czechia players and a couple of mistakes from the Canadian team. Oh, that's not a good lift off return of serve. seeing them in serious trouble.
Suzucova proving her worth up front.
She's a pretty stony-faced character, Choi, isn't she? Very, you know, business, get the job done face. No nonsense.
Yeah.
Neither am I going to enjoy this either. I'm just going to get the job done.
Focused, experienced part of this team.
Good smash from Choi, and
now 19 all. Well, it's anybody's guess.
I'm still nailing my colours to the mast in this one. I don't care if it goes to 3. The Canadians ought to win this
because of that organisation and general.
Oh,
setup.
Diving save, but it's not enough. Yeah,
there's a lot more to it than just shot making and power.
They are 2 established doubles players. It's as simple as that. If you just said, right, I'm a badminton player, and took them all off court and said, well, who's the best out of these 4, you could argue for any of them. But put a doubles pair together, and they train for it, and they work well, and they rotate, and they're playing that, and it's won and lost in the forecourt. You don't win at badminton with a great defence. You win by attacking and getting the shuttle going down. And to do that in doubles, it's all about getting the front person and the mid-court shots to be put in the right place at the right time, and what you're looking for as a pair.
Yeah,
and the Canadians do that instinctively. The pair from Czechia don't, and that's as simple as it gets. For me, that's enough to say Canadians should win this.
Well, they managed to seal that first game 21-19. Just 15 minutes and they are on their way. Oh, that's not a great face, Sabikova.
Oh, well, I don't think they, halfway through this, I don't think they expected to get back into the first game, and they did, at 19 all. Just a bit of a shame at the end.
Yeah, that can be the cruelest.
It's nice to see somebody care so much, that's good.
They like to approach people to play games with them. Then in the shot like this, they purposely give you one jab, and then if you smash, they jab, they drop, they come in. When they approach you, the first one you don't jab, then you drop, and then go in. And then you often drop, repeat drop again, it's okay. Because after every time they repeat drop, they go back to center and ready for a smash. We're ready for a smash, they can do a lot of things if your smash is not stick. Yeah? So you can drop first, move, then on the kick first, and then you start to attack. Yeah? Then, you know.
So the plan is set, and players just about to get back on court.
20 seconds. 20 seconds. Take your vote. Second game. Love all. Play. Serves over, 1 love.
Oh, certainly looking like they're enjoying that further side of the court a lot more.
1-0.
But still moving with that speed. Oh, it's great vision from Catherine Choi.
2-1.
Svabikova and Suzucova just bunched up a little bit on the left side. a lot of space open. And that drop into forecourt means they are 3-1 up. So Chong and Choi picking up from where they left off in that first game. In 21-19 looks very tight, but they were in the lead for a great part of that first game. Just a minor lapse in the second half.
Serves over 2-3.
Mistake again, passes the serve over to Czechia.
Serves over
very wide.
4-2.
Shrug of the shoulders from Teresa Slavicova.
It's been tough for her. I mean, we've seen the reaction at the end of that opening game, and the reaction at the end of, you know, the missed shots. Frustration, because she's working so hard all week. She's playing twice a day in different events. She's played women's doubles, mixed doubles, women's singles, and they're not getting over the line in so many cases. And for me, it's a shame, really, because we saw some good stuff from Petra Maxinarova earlier. I've got no doubt that in a couple of years' time, the next Sudirman Cup, assuming Czechia get there, she'll be that much more developed and more relied upon to play women's singles, and that would then free up Zabikova to commit to the doubles. Now, she's lacking some doubles instincts. Those things can be learnt and taught and can be developed quite easily once you're a badminton player. You know, hitting a shot and looking for what's next in the forecourt, it's not rocket science. It just needs a lot of practice. If she was able to do that, I've got a good feeling she would have taken games off Korea and Taipei. She came so close against both nations. Extra points required against very good players. They would have challenged the Canadians a lot better. She had opportunities earlier in that mixed doubles to have asserted herself from the service line. She also got a bit confused with her partner as to who was going back, and they were talking about rotation. That shouldn't be something at this level coaches need to address. That is something you do in training.
Well, Chung emphatically puts that one away.
So, so what I'm getting at really is that if there was a decent singles player in this squad, Slavicova is talented enough to have settled in doubles rather than having to play singles. She'd be there in training, learning those sort of additional little things.
Tiny little tweaks,
but that actually are worth 4, 5, 6 points a game if you get good at it.
And that can turn the tide.
It would have turned the tide in every mixed doubles match she's played this week. And
that would have, of course, massively changed Czechia's fortunes.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, they would have taken possibly games off all of the countries they've played. Maxinarova took Zhang to 3. A couple of years later, you know, we might have been looking at that same matchup being a different scoreline. This match would be a challenge instead of what's likely going to be a Canada 2-game win, and if not, I think they'll still win in 3, and they might have won the mixed. You know, that's
I see
2 or
what you
3
mean,
matches in a tie against these kind of nations.
Oh, great shot there from Chong.
Serves over 5-7.
Frame. Sure, he's still looking so relaxed at times. It's like she thinks it's an exhibition.
So confident in where she needs to be.
5.
But yeah, I haven't seen her crack a smile all week. She's been that stony-faced, you're right.
All business. Whoa.
Oh.
Don't think it came over.
Yeah, no, it didn't go over.
6.
Looping shot. We'll see it from here.
It's the only shot she had left. Oh, it
Oh,
was. It had the direction.
Yeah, it was heading.
7, 8.
And again, just like in the middle of that first game, a little bit looser from Chong and Choi.
Just there's an intensity which was lacking there from Chung. That's better. Look, she's just dominating.
And there's that high racket.
High racket, and you're looking for, you know, you've got a partner behind you. You look one way, your partner covers the other drive. Whatever happens if it isn't a drive, doesn't matter.
And you set up a wall.
You've got time, yeah. Yeah, Chung's previous point, she just returned a serve out wide. It's just too passive. You need to do that. Stand with a bit more intensity and playing an attacking return of serve. Xiamen should have done more with that earlier attack.
And left it too high there.
Let the Canadians back into the
10,
rally.
7.
10-7, brink of the second interval.
Again, it's one in the forecourt. Just that shuttle is going up over the net. In the forecourt, the Canadians are so much better.
11, 7, interval.
So 11-7 after break. No significant problems for Chong and Choi.
No strength.
Fabikova is distraught.
So they went one side. Here, they attack here. The front person come here. Then, when you go there, he attacks side. The front person go there. When straight like it's always like that. So when you leave, the first one pop, you have to block. Don't jab. Don't jab. If you jab, first one, you pass through them. The second one, you still cannot pass through them. So the first one, he half smash, either you cross, big cross or block cross.
20 seconds.
We try.
Oh, we'll try. That's nice.
11, 7, 7. Play.
Canada with the serve. Second part of game 2. What could be the conclusion if Canada keeps this lead? Certainly coming in with some power. Oh, it's
Maybe laughed twice in that rally. Sabikova blocked straight. The coach just said, look, when they smash, block cross or lift cross. And she did it twice in about 10 seconds.
Well, she said we'll try.
Well, she didn't try very hard.
She didn't say we'll do. She said we'll try.
Maybe she forgot the part where she said, we'll try a bit later. You know, we won't try just yet. Give it a few more points and then we'll try.
Well, as you said, she was a bit frustrated. Maybe there was that blindness of kind of frustration that blocked out a few of the words.
But we were talking about it earlier, letting the players lead the coaching chat.
Yeah.
So that there's a sense of belief because it's your idea. If you just get told what to do, sometimes it takes a bit of time to sink in because you haven't fully got your brain in automatic kind of instinct mode where...
Well, actually, it's not even sometimes. The human condition generally states that if you're told what to do, less chance of you doing it than if you think it's your idea.
Good block.
It's a powerful commanding lead at 14-8. Make that 15-8.
15-8. Katharina. Pass the shot to the opponents.
Well, that's to Suzukova. Points keep climbing.
8.
And it's at that part of the game and match where shoulders can start to slump.
slumped
Yeah,
for
it may have been
Czechia a long time ago.
It may have been far earlier.
And perhaps at the end of the mixed doubles for Svabikova.
So this looking like an inevitability, as you said. Whether it's 2 or 3.
Choi is now walking and taking stuff backhand. She's so unbothered by the threat from her opponents.
Yeah, a couple of steps there. But
Look,
you're right, yeah.
how much intensity has Choi shown in the rally?
9-17.
Not because she's not bothered, but because she doesn't need to work at 100%. She's got 2 more gears to go into.
There's a threat level, and to her it's minimal, or nominal, I should say, at this time.
10-17.
But you know, if it was up against one of the top pairs or top 10 pairs, they'd be crouched, they'd be moving.
Yeah. So casual.
Oh, what a backhand. Beautiful backhand. Picking their spots almost.
Just easy. It's easy work. Within 5 minutes of the match, you just, you know, from a badminton player that watches a lot of doubles, you just know.
10.
You know, they were on the back foot instantly off return of serve, and suddenly it was just turned all around and very much in the ascendancy.
Out.
One of the few mistakes we've seen from the Canadian side.
18.
Service back with Czechia. But fundamentally, they've not got their act together. And that's why it's 19-11. Canada now 2 points away from 4-0 in the tie.
Serves over. 12-19.
Just touch.
Yeah. Yeah, it's good to see. That's what you need in dubs.
Yep.
20
So,
match point.
8 match points.
12.
And based on the way this match has been evolving, they're not going to need all 8.
I think Svabikova is also struggling physically here.
Oh, I did say at the beginning that fatigue might be a bit of a problem for her.
20.
Based on that rolling account of matches that you
yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if she's got
about.
a bit of cramp settling in, because all the matches means, you know, you're perspiring all day for day on end. Dehydration. Yeah, look at Svabikova.
Yeah.
All the salts leave your body, lactic acid builds up. It's hard. She's going to need a good rest.
21-13. That's 31 minutes. And a 4-0 lead. And of course, that exact same problem might happen in the men's doubles as well. Because Andre Kral will be playing his second match.
21-13.
Light work for these two. Didn't really get out of third gear.
There's a smile from Catherine Choi. Just a tiny one. Quickly pulled it back. 4-0, Canada will be happy with this result. And there's confirmation of it. 21-19, 21-13 in 31 minutes. 4-0 on the tie. And just the men's doubles to go before Group B is settled for good. And that is the men's doubles. And it's a strong lineup. Jonathan Lyon, Nil Yakura for Canada, taking on the Kral brothers, Jiri and Andre. Welcome back to our continuing live coverage of the Sudirman Cup Finals 2025. As you can see, the fans have been having an absolutely roaring time here at the Fenghuang Gymnasium. And you can just see in the back of that screen, that's where we are in terms of this last tie of the morning session. It's Group B. Canada have been bossing it, 4-0 on the tie. They dropped a couple of games in the women's singles and the men's singles, and now it's the men's doubles to close out the tie. Jonathan Lai, Nil Yakura taking on Jiri Kral and Andre Kral. And there they are. So as they enter the arena, will it be a consolation point for Czechia in their final outing here in Xiamen?
Do you want black or red?
So, coin toss, black. Andrea Cherpini, our umpire for this one. Black. First meeting between these pairs.
Side. Andre to serve. Jonathan receive, okay?
The final outing for both of these nations here in Xiamen. They have put their best feet forward throughout the week. They've come up with some results at times, and they won't be making knockout stages. That's Jonathan Bing Lai, 27 years old, born in Edmonton. And as you can see, plays with Nil Yakura, so an established pairing, and they're ranked 76th. There is Nil Yakura. I've seen him play before. Fast, powerful. If he's given the opportunity of a big smash, he'll go for it. 32 years old now, born in Scarborough. And he's been as high as 29th in the world with Jason Anthony Hoshu. As for the Kras, ranked 95th in the world. Four years old. And there's confirmation of that highest ranking. That's their current ranking. Well, it could be an interesting matchup. 26 years old, Andre Kral. We saw him earlier on, of course, playing in the mixed doubles with Teresa Barbikova.
Ready to play?
Andrea Cherpini calls it, and we're ready to get underway. There's confirmation of Andrea in the big chat. That looks like, and is, Van Horenbeek as service judge. Well, Bobby, final match of the tie. Both have played together. Expecting a fast, explosive affair?
A little bit like the women's doubles we just watched. The Czechia players are not as adept in that forecourt area as perhaps some other sort of pairs they come up against.
Right.
And I think it's for that reason that they're sort of limited to that world ranking of around 100 or whatever it might be.
95,
they've played quite a few tournaments together, the Krau brothers. And give you an example, they played Ben Lane and Sean Bendy in the first or second round of the European Championships recently, and it was comfortable, easy. Right. You know, it was like single figures results. And Ben and Sean are very good with the first three shots. You know, serve return, looking for that push in the midcourt. They're just not. They're not playing at that level to get the experience, to get used to it.
Sure.
So I haven't seen much of the Canadian pairs like you. I've seen them play before, once or twice, but over the years, if they're good in the first three,
you keep the structure.
And if they're good in the sort of midcourt and forecourt, it will look a little bit like what we just saw from the women's doubles pairs. Perhaps not quite as one-sided, but I think the Canadians have definitely got the edge.
Right. And also there is the overwhelming story of the fact that they are 4-0 down. Now this is, as I said, the only thing that Czechia can pull out of this is a consolation point. A lot of different things to be weighing on their minds.
I'm pretty sure they'll be as ambitious for that 1 point as they would be anyway. You know, if it was 2-2 in the tie and they were looking for it to win, I think they'll still
play with that, and that motivation.
Just from what I've seen of how they've approached each match.
Well, 2-0 up off the start. 2-0 up, I should say.
Good reaction from Krau or Krau. Not sure which one hit it actually, but Lai was just beating down that straight side. Kura was not in the right place early enough.
Yeah,
that shot, he shouldn't have been late. You know, his partner was looking for the cross. He should have been taking the straight on earlier, and then his shot would have been better because he would have been there in the first place and on balance.
Service over. 1-4.
It's gone wrong. A good solid start for the Krau brothers.
Yeah, I've not seen much ownership of the net yet. It's more like it.
Oh! 6-1.
making some inroads, but not enough. Yakura in line.
It's one of the pairings this week which surprises me. All right, the group's, you know, done and dusted even before today's tie for third place started, but these two played together against the Koreans on day one and got rolled over. Xiamen and
Kim Won-ho.
No, Wang Qilin, the Olympic champion.
Oh, right.
Double Olympic champion.
So Chinese Taipei.
Yes. Beat them 15 and 8. So they didn't play together yesterday against Korea, but Kam Min-hyuk and Ki Dong-ji.
Oh, the second string Koreans. Yeah.
Well, yeah. Ki Dong, not brilliant.
No, they are brilliant.
They are second string. Don't get me wrong.
That's the Susan J and Kim Won-ho.
I didn't want people to think that you were making them sound like they weren't a good pair. They're a very good pair.
Yeah.
But Kevin Lee, who played mixed earlier, was playing with Ty Lindemann, and it was 21-19 in the third. So the other Canadian pair, on paper, a lot stronger.
Service over. 3-8.
So, Lai and Yakura getting off the mark to a certain extent. Trailing by 5.
Both of them have done that. Just panicked a little bit when they get in good position. Defense was perfect from Yakura, I think, and then this shot was nice. Over-committed. Tried to win it with that prod, and it came back, and he wasn't expecting it. I think sometimes you need to learn that you're better off just putting it 80% into the shot, which would allow you to be in good position if it comes back, or when it comes back.
Right.
Because you'll probably win that one without much fuss.
4-9.
Just put that a little bit out of reach. If you're correct. Couldn't keep it in. On the brink of the interval.
Clever, going over the top. Oh. Birds getting in each other's way.
Yeah, well, they are big.
It's a good rally.
Done well. 11-4 at the break.
It's not what I expected, but this pair isn't the pair that took it to the Koreans yesterday from Canada.
Okay. And second, when you guys drive, I try to drop to the straight. I don't want to go faster from the faster. And you guys want to do more like that. Yeah, okay, come on. Let's go.
So back on court, resumption of game 1, and a solid 11-4 lead for Czechia and the Paul brothers.
11-4. Play. 11.
Hey.
Service over.
Well, they're winning these exchanges, Bobby.
5.
12-5. And again, Kura found wanting at the net.
Crow brothers played together yesterday against Taipei, and certainly Li Jiawei, fierce opponents. His partner this time. I mean, they won fairly comfortably, but 15 and 16 for the Czechia pairs. Pretty good performance. There's a different pair that played against Kim Won-ho and Seo Seung-jae.
Well, I think they just might be putting, I mean, it is the last match for Czechia in Xiamen, so they might just be putting everything into it, using their height well.
Defense.
That's
clever, going
14-6.
left and right, that change of angle. It seems
right.
Jonathan Lai wasn't particularly ready when this one came across. Yeah, you're right. Big lads and fierce attack when they
do start into that repeating pattern.
I thought the match would be won and lost around the forecourt, but
it looks like it's a bigger, more expansive thing.
They're lifting out and giving each other chances to attack from the back. You don't see that at the very top level. The first 3 or 4 shots, which can be quite sort of frustrating for a non-badminton aficionado to appreciate, because you see those kind of short, sharp, like serve return third shots in the net, or it's a winner, or it's very quick and it's a bit, it looks a bit ugly, you know?
Yeah.
But there's so much sort of risk in just lifting it at the top level that people try not to. It's as simple as that. And the fact that these guys are doing that, for example, Crowds lifting it out, you don't see that in the top 10 in the world.
Well, still on course to claim his first game. Smash pat doesn't work.
I think, is it Jerry Kraut? Broke a string on the second smash here. Yeah, right across the frame.
Bit too quick for Yakura.
17-8.
It's just lack of cohesion, perhaps.
Just missing shots in the midcourt. We've seen 4 or 5 from them that they should, you know, when they're in the ascendancy, we're on the attack. A bit of composure, a bit of calmness. You get the feeling that, whoa, runs back. Good shot from Andre, I think it is.
And recovered from it as well.
Ah, what a rally to win. You might pump the fist after that, my friend. Yeah, it seems like when the Canadians get half a chance, look at that. Especially when they're sort of up in the mid-court and rear court. They're almost trying to win it with that shot.
20. Game point.
So
you don't win that many outright points from the rear of the court in doubles. You know, there's two of them defending the other side. Unless you play a magical deceptive shot, but just with power, you need your partner to help win it. But yeah, it's been pretty one-sided. And if I can be brutally honest, it's been a little disappointing, the effort from Lila Yakura.
Straight down. So 21-9.
First game won by Czechia, 21-9.
And the Kra brothers may just be able to salvage a consolation point if they can repeat that feat in the second game.
When you're in the front, in the mid and stuff, make sure that racket is up just a little bit more because there's stuff coming by you. Or if it's up loose by the time you come up here, you're hitting just a little late. Okay? Be mindful of that. Be set.
You guys, of course, if you hit it too hard, when they drop the racket, you lose the position. So losing like a half match, 6 match, slicing. But most of the more important thing is after you guys fly. The second person didn't fall. You don't want to wait for the video, or you see the video clear. Right?
Second game, level, play. Out. Serve, 1 love.
So back on court for game 2. After a very one-sided affair in game 1. But of course Czechia fans watching around the world are going to be very happy with the fact that the Kra brothers are putting in their best foot. Now let's see if a change of ends affects the outcome.
Nice layoff. That's that composure, that calmness I think I was sort of calling for in the forecourt. They've sort of been rushing, trying too hard to finish the point. Adam Mendrick sat in the coaching chair. I bet he wishes he picked himself to be out there for this one.
I'm sure retired players must have that feeling in their heart.
Well, we say retired, he kind of retired. I mean, he's playing this week. He lost to Kim Seo with Jiri Kral on Sunday. I don't think there's any injury there or anything like that. I think they've just rotated the players, and and Andre and Jiri are the more established pairing these days.
Nice little touch.
4-1. Serve over, 2-4.
The Carl brothers now having to deal with that slight breeze.
Yeah, we saw an early cross lift from either Lai or Yakura in the first, and it went out. It's always a bit of a surprise because you know with the feel of your lift that it feels good, but of course you can't account for that instant drift, and then you think you've overhit it, but actually you just need to take a little bit off. It's a quick learning curve for a lot of players. Didn't seem to be much of a learning curve for Brian Yang, but he found a way through in the men's singles, didn't he?
So 3-5, Carl's going to try to get those big, steep smashes going if they get the service.
6-3.
Lai and Yakura 6-3 up.
Good play.
Service over. 4-6. Out. Service over. 7-5.
Hey.
Good pressure from the Kroll brothers. They're closing up. 6-8 on serve. Well, they got control of the point there. It's come back very high.
7-8.
They're putting absolutely everything into it, the cross. Straight onto the attack. And again, it's these steep forecourt smashes that seem to be doing the business.
Yeah, good interception, wasn't it?
So 8-all.
I was trying to find just then where Canada had ever got through the group here at Sudirman Cup, but I don't think they have.
No, I don't remember it either. It's been since 1989. Oh, straight through the middle.
Yeah, good smash.
9-8.
And that's where we stand right now in this match. All brothers would be over the moon if they can convert this second game. give their country a going away present.
9-all.
A point in the tie. Wow. Lion Yakura caught very flat there. So Kral brothers once again on the brink of the interval in the lead. Just denied.
Of course, it's only really been since the last few editions where it's been this format and there's a quarter-final, semi-final and whatever. It used to be before 21.
2021, yeah.
In groups where the
7 groups, wasn't it? I think it's,
yeah,
it's a lot of
7,
groups, yeah.
Yeah, and only those in Group 1 had a chance to lift the title.
Well, they're happy to keep with that smash pattern, and it's taken them into the break in the lead.
Seen a lot of these rallies where the Kral brothers are hitting hard from the back, trying to intercept in the front.
You have to wait for another one.
You've got to stop lifting somehow.
You wait for another one, and then
more of a challenge in the forecourt earlier on.
You will like that. You go to back and attack, and you cannot pull down the shutters. Take care of the half court first. If he leave, only you go to the back. More to the half court first. More to the half court first. Yeah?
20 seconds. Thank you.
So an important passage of play for Canada.
11-10. Play.
If they want to make this a clean sweep 5-0, there's a lot of work that Lion Yakura have to do. And of course, conversely, the Kral brothers are now just 9 points away from scoring a good consolation point for their country.
Service over. 11. 12.
And that was Jimmy Kral coming forward. Just clips the net.
Hey!
Good pressure in the midcourt.
Service over. 13-11.
Well, I'm sure, being such big lads, they are an imposing presence. A nice reset there by the Cross.
Service over. 12, 13.
Hey! Hey!
That's gone out. Just a few too many mistakes coming from the Canadian side.
12.
They've got the bit between the teeth. Krals, 14-12.
Nice play.
That's a beautiful shot.
Andre there, that shot, that backhand, the first one. It's very easy to lay it off to the net or just lift it in the first place. Either way, one pair ends up on the back line. You know, that's what the Canadians have been doing too often, like that. You don't need to lift that. Or you shouldn't need to lift that.
Yeah.
Yes, it's easier to lift it, but there needs to be an element of, look, I'm going to stop trying to play the rear corners. We're getting beat. Try and block one of those to the net and follow it, or...
They have to definitely switch it up and come up with something different.
Deceptive drive or something that, you know, gets you back in the attack.
Make something happen, because...
That's better effort from the Canadians, but...
17-12.
And it just looks like the Kral brothers, as soon as they get the opportunity to get onto that big attack, they just go.
Yeah, they're being given that opportunity.
Yeah.
Too often.
And too easily.
Probably twice as often in this matchup as they should. And if it was a top 10 player in the world against the Krals,
and you combine that with these...
You wouldn't see it at all.
Accuracy issues. And things are looking very good for Czechia. Fired up.
Out.
Shaky serve.
19-13.
Pleased for Czechia. It looks like they're on course, doesn't it?
Yeah, it really does.
For a point. Great setup with the slice. Rather than going for the big smash straight away. Bad luck.
That was close. Very close for the Krals.
14-19.
See, that's where the big man is crouched and that shot kind of goes through him, but he's kind of in the best position he can get in. So actually being big doesn't help you.
Yeah,
in
when
that
you're
instant.
when you're that close.
When you're crouching and doing that stuff with your racket held high. Same again.
So, 6 match points.
14.
And full credit to Czechia. If they can convert one of these, get that 1 point, it'll be a good going away present.
Good rally. All strings gone. Andre Kral lost his racket. All he can do. Ah, they've gone long.
It's gone long and they've done it. And that is a big Czechia smile seen on all of their players. 21-14. It has been a great performance in the men's doubles. And that means that the final tie score is 4-1. And sadly, we have to bid goodbye to both of these nations as they have not qualified for the knockout stages. But they certainly put in some entertaining badminton today.
It's nice for the Kral brothers to leave on a positive note after a pretty tough week.
I'm sure Teresa Slavicova is pretty happy as well.
Yeah, she'll hopefully settle back and appreciate what she's achieved here, which is a lot this week, as has the rest of the squad as well. Pretty dire performance from the Akura and Lai. I'm disappointed in them. There wasn't any intent, there wasn't any positivity or what's the word? That sort of instinct to get to the net.
Well, there's confirmation of it. 21-9, 21-14. Very quick dismissal, and that brings us to the end of this tie. So, these are the results from Canada. Czechia started off with a straight games win for Kevin Lee and Eliana Zhang. And then Wenyu Zhang was pushed 58 minutes against Petra Maxanorova. Brian Yang also took his time, 71 minutes to beat Jan Lauder, both dropping a game there. Chung and Choi were well, very comprehensive in the women's doubles. And as we just saw, the Klar brothers rescuing a consolation point for Czechia. And as I said, it's sad to see these two nations go, but 4-1 on the day. Up next, it is Korea versus Chinese Taipei for the top of the group. And it kicks off at 5 p.m. local time. Don't miss it. For now, it's goodbye from us.